Yeah. Hello, people. Hello, hello, and hello. Yeah, it feels so good to be here again. Yeah. Okay. So, I am so excited that we are here again for the third edition of K-12 2030, school models for the society and economy of 2030 and beyond. A conference that brings together foresight, design thinking, and agile thinking to craft conversations around education where it is today, where it should be, even as we look at how the world out there is evolving. This is a conference that reconnects education back with the real world. This is a conference that, because, as educators, as school leaders, education professionals, we spend most of the time thinking about many things that are so internal. Internal within the school environment, and we often lose touch with many things that are external, and from a design thinking perspective, from a foresight perspective, it's important to also look at many things that are external. What's going on in the society? What's going on in the industrial landscape, locally and globally? What are the likely things that we should expect, right? Based on foresight. How is the world evolving? What are the likely things that we will see in the next 5, 10 years? So this conference brings together that powerful force of design thinking, foresight, agile thinking, put together to address issues around education. So that it is valuable, so that what you are delivering as an educator, as a school leader, the kind of vision, how you're managing your school, what your systems looks like, right, is such that it is offering the learners you have in your classroom today, I mean, the opportunity, to be prepared to thrive into this world and in their own future. This is what we talk about in this conference, all right? Um, this is one of the greatest, gatherings of education virtually around the globe, where we discuss very pertinent issues in moving education forward. We are going to move into the first session very quickly because we do not have time. We cannot keep Tom for too long on this call. We are most fortunate to have him again here with us in this conference. I remember the first time I heard about Curtis Moore School. If you were in that webinar we had the last time, well, we're looking at the Curtis Moore story, talking about AI in education, right? How that there was that school that shut down the internet because this school made AI um, you know, its head teacher, and then so many things happened in between that. I'm sure you hear part of that story today. But this session we're going into, we're looking at AI in education for school leaders. We're going to be focusing on AI governance, AI strategy, and AI leadership. Curtis Moore School, having Tom as the headmaster, is a school that has practically, if you follow Curtis Moore on LinkedIn, you see what I'm talking about. I don't need to say too many things about that. It's a school that has practically exemplified these things, from governance to strategy to leadership in AI in education. And we are most fortunate. It's just because I'm pressed for time. I would have loved to read the biography and say a lot of things about Tom. But I can tell you, for the next 15, 20, 25 minutes that Tom is going to be staying with us, one thing you want to do, right, is to fasten your seatbelt, because Tom is going to take you on a mental flight. You are about to enter into a world of new possibilities. I believe that you are going to evolve as you listen, as you behold new possibilities, even as it's available at Curtis Moore School, under the leadership of Tom, and what happens right there in the world of AI in education. I'm going to bring Tom into the studio right now. Yeah, hi Tom.
Hey, am I here?
Yes, you are here. You are here
Oh,
live and direct with
fantastic.
us. Yeah,
Amazing. What an introduction. Thank you so much.
yeah. Thank you. It's my pleasure. So Tom, I'm going to just step back and allow you to take us on that journey. Is that okay?
That is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do this in any way you want. If you want to chip in, as you know, I'm slightly obsessed with conversation, and so if you want to chip in, if you want to steer the conversation any way you want to, please do feel free. I think I'm right in saying that the audience is separate from the conversation. Is that right? They can't chip in at the moment.
Yeah, so they can respond with questions, with comments in the chat section.
Great.
I'll be there checking what's going on there.
Great. I mean, as you know, I'm keen on the conversation. So if there are any questions from anybody, I'm very glad to take them, because that's how, that's the energy. That's the energy we need. Okay, so my name is Tom Rogerson, and I am the headmaster of a school in England, in the UK, in Great Britain, called Cottesmore. And what it is a beautiful, bucolic, delightful school with beautiful grounds and grass and trees. It's quite a traditional school. It looks like quite a traditional school. We are extremely keen on manners, and we're extremely keen on cricket and climbing trees, and generally things that you would see people doing in the 1900s or 1905 or in the past. And our whole piece is that we believe that you can service that strategy of being wholesome and rigorous academically, with also education that lives in the future, or that looks at the future, or looks at the present and the future. And that's what Cottesmore is all about. But Cottesmore is a beautiful school. Look it up. You can Google Cottesmore, cottesmoreschool.com, and you'll be able to see the website. I don't know if I'm allowed to share, but I'll see if I can just quickly share so you can get the idea. So this is the idea of Cottesmore. You can see it's a beautiful place. It's a big building in the middle of fields. And we are a boarding school, so that's again a very traditional thing. And we take children in from the age of 8, and they leave to go on to senior schools at the age of 13. So that's Cottesmore's summary. So my summary is that I've been in education all my life, since the age of 15, taught my first lesson at the age of 15, and essentially I've been teaching ever since. And I was in the music industry for a bit. For a year, I worked for Universal Music International. But apart from that, I've been teaching. I've been in the education industry for my whole life. So the journey starts with maybe 15 years of headship. My journey starts with 15 years of headship at Cottesmore, and running a traditional boarding prep school in the UK, a beautiful place, and going great guns and very successful. I started to fall in with some very, very interesting people. People who were thinking about the future, people who were thinking about the future of education. And it sort of reached a head when my lovely nephew came back and said, there's this app called ChatGPT, and you need to look at it. And I said, you know what, we've got other things to think about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't really understand what you're talking about. Crack on, work hard with your English and maths, and yeah, come and talk to me about it another time. And he did, and he kept on coming back and talking to me about it. And so I was forced to engage with it by my nephew. And in fact, what I hadn't realized, I'd been engaging with AI with an app called Wonder, this image creating application, for a long time. And I hadn't quite clocked, I hadn't quite figured out that it was AI, but it was very, very, very interesting for me, because I'm also something of an artist. I like to paint, and also I'm a songwriter. And so creativity is very important to me. So that's how the thing started. Now, the whole philosophy, so to put this above the doorway, to put this above all else, Cottesmore and I am very, very interested in the conversation. That is what we're interested in. Is AI good? Is AI bad? That is part of this conversation. Very, very interesting conversation. Some people are very, very frightened by AI, generative AI, and some people are leaping for it and really, really getting stuck into it. Where we sit is that we are both very excited, and also we're quite circumspect. And so we sit in the middle somewhere. And that is where the conversation comes. And we think everybody should be having this conversation. Whether you think AI is awesome or not awesome, We think you should have the conversation so that you can be intelligent, so that you can make decisions about AI and the future of education from a position of knowledge and intelligence. And that is what you'll understand the journey if you understand that. The Cottesmore conversation, it's really, really important part of it. So what did we do? So we were the first school. I think I'm right in saying we were the first school globally, certainly the first prep school, and I think first senior school level, to gather people together in a conference, an AI conference, which was mind-blowing. It blew everybody's mind. It was the first of its kind. We had a great chap called Sir Anthony Selden to come and open it, and he's written a couple of books about it. And it was mind-blowing. And I think it's recognized as one of the most interesting and one of the first of its kind. And so that was the genesis, that was the beginning. And then everybody's thoughts were sparking all over the place. And it was super, super interesting. And so it was free to state schools, and it was free to everybody. And everybody was informed about it, and we were joined by people from around the world on live stream, a bit like this. And so that was a super, super interesting thing, and it sparked a lot of interest, and it sparked a lot of hopefulness in the world of education. So the next thing that happened was that we had an idea to further this conversation, to do something slightly radical or very radical, and that is to appoint a head of AI. We didn't quite achieve that in the end, but we put out an advert. We wanted to appoint a person to be head of AI. And that again created some interest in the press, and that was a very interesting story. But what blew that out of the water was when we decided to appoint we decided to appoint an AI principal head teacher, and that was the moment which was hugely energetic. That story went global. If you look it up on Google in Nigeria, or if you look it up on Google from anywhere, and you type in AI principal head teacher or just AI principal, what you'll get is hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of stories about this thing. We appointed an AI principal head teacher, and it was called Abigail Bailey. Now, obviously, that Abigail AI and Bailey AI. And so what happened was very quickly we learnt a couple of lessons, and that was that there's a huge community which is hugely, very much invested in AI, and there are veterans in it, and there are people who lecture in it, and obviously, and they were very keen to inform us or tell us or help us to take this forward. Now, they were all very, very concerned about the anthropomorphization of tech, of AI, making technology human, or seem human, or to try and humanize AI or generative AI or technology. It's called the phenomenon is called uncanny valley, and that was a big learning curve. You don't sail too close to the you don't fly too close to the sun on that, and so what we did, we first of all called it Abigail Bailey, AI principal head teacher, and so we dehumanized, or we de-anthropomorphized all of the elements of it, and it was left with the functions that it always had. So it's now called Cottesmore Schools Strategic Leadership AI Strategic Leadership Bot. And so it functions in very much the same way. It's a wonderful advisor, or a place to get advice, or to structure your ideas if you are a strategic leader. And that was free for all to use. This was a long time ago now. And so that's now known as a bot, and you can make bots with ChatGPT 4 and various applications, and so that was very early on. And so that, we learned an awful lot from that. And it was the bot, or the project itself, was very, very useful for me. What was really interesting is that a lot of people tried to immediately break it. Apparently, the people who made it were quite surprised by the things that people were typing into it. But it was made in such a way that it was it protected itself and protected its output from those people. And so it was hugely interesting and hugely well structured bot. And we're very lucky to work with somebody called Alex Fahey, who runs a company called Taisk. And that is a company I would strongly advise that you get in touch with. Taisk, Taisk. And he's on LinkedIn. I hope you're all linked on LinkedIn as well. But I would strongly advise, and I hope we can get his, I'll send some links, and I hope we can get his details out to you. So he is very, very interesting, and he was very talented, and he created this for us. It's not his, at the time, it wasn't his primary function to do that. Anyway, so that story went absolutely global. I was talking to the Today Show in Australia. I was on Fox News, or the school was, talking about this idea of AI principal head teacher. So that was a journey, and that all, as they do, as stories do, that all settled down. By that time, we had organised an AI festival, and that was a 3-day-long festival, and that was absolutely brilliant. It was before term started. It was a real social gathering, again, free for everybody, free lunches, free everything, and people descended upon Cottesmore, and there was a big festival. And those talks are coming out slowly on YouTube. So please do eventually, if you'd like to see those, please do please do ask for the link, or search for them. And then the final conference was the AI and Special Educational Needs Conference. And that was, for me, that was the absolute peak. And it was essentially a conference about bespoke learning. And it was a conference about the possibility of people accessing brilliant education in a way that they want to receive it, or in a way that they understand it, or in a way that they can download it at the speed at which they can download it. Maybe even at the volume, or if they can't hear, then it's very visual. If they can't see, then it's very auditory. So education bespoke to the person's individual needs. And that was, again, absolutely mind-blowing. We had a robotics company even for Paris called United Robotics, and that was absolutely brilliant. And again, there was that was probably the best attended in-person conference that we had. And the British Department for Education came down, and they were all part of it, and some very key people came down and witnessed it, and it was a huge success, and again got people's minds thinking in very dynamically. So I don't know where you want to go, or where you want me to go, but I think what I'll talk about now is the things that we've been doing. So that's all about conversation, and that's all about projects, outward projects. So what about what are we actually doing as a school? What are the teachers doing? What is the school doing strategically? And I'll start. I was going to finish with this, but I'm going to start with this. And right at the end, I'm going to say something about safeguarding GDPR, the importance of it. And I'm going to say a tiny thing about esports as well. So I'm going to start with this one. So at the moment, we are funding, and we are creating a project that is called the Teacher Wellbeing Project. And what it says is that AI can reduce the workload of teachers, the sort of paper pandemic, I call it, paperwork pandemic, where we are sitting at the computer, writing policies, doing so much stuff that could be shaved down, so we can spend more time with the children, so the teachers can spend more time teaching. And I think that is a great passion of mine. And so we've got together 7 state schools, and we are funding very powerful AI. They have access to powerful AI, again, through TASC, through Alex Fay, through TASC and Cottesmore. And we are trying to find evidence that it is cutting down time that they spend at the computer. They're cutting down time they're spending doing paperwork. Paperwork is very important. Risk assessments are very important. But if we can reduce the amount of time staring at a screen and making teachers more well, that is what the project's all about. And so that's ongoing. And the Department for Education in the UK is going to come down, hopefully halfway through it or at the end of it, and witness it in action and see it. I just wanted to say that's one thing, and please do. I can see some questions coming up. That's pretty awesome. I'll go back to what the children have been doing. I think opening up the conversation is hugely important to the children as well. The children have got to be safe. So you've got to really think about using AI with children, or children using AI. So you've got to think about that in your setting with your legal constraints within your area around the globe. So sort that out first. Sort the GDPR stuff out first, and the safeguarding stuff, and the sort of ethics piece. You've got to sort that out before you start doing this. But a really cool project we did was called the AI School Show, and you don't need very powerful AI to do this, or very expensive AI to do this. And what it is that you create a school, even the policies and the strategy and all of the above, and the way it looks, and the buildings, and the mission statement and the vision statement. And the children do this. So they create their own school, how they want to create it. Now, this is very metacognitive. This is they get to think about, what is a school? What are teachers? What is learning? What do I want to learn? And it becomes a very interesting project. And so the peak of that is the My Future Schools competition. And so they bring their schools and they have a competition, and the whole school looks at the schools that they've created, and there's a winner. Now, we did this year, and a school in Switzerland won it. And then there's a global competition about who, and it's decided with a guy called Dan Fitzpatrick and a panel. And it's the My Future School competition through creating schools with the use of AI. And so that's something that we've been doing, and it's been a great success. And we're going to do it next year as well, and that's very exciting, and we're going to continue with that. And that is just simply to get children to understand at a very basic level what AI can do. And you need to do it, as I say, in a very safe way, within your safeguarding parameters and regulations, and GDPR parameters and regulations, law. And then, so that's AI School Show. So take that away with you, do that project. It is super cool. Really gets the children to think. And also the My Future School competition. The other thing we did, and I have to admit, this is through with the help of Alex Fay and TASC, it's the Build a Bot project. And this year we are building towards creating creating bots, education, towards a competition that is being organized by a friend of mine, and she is also the digital patron of Cottesmore, and that is Priya Lakhani, who is the CEO of a company called Century Tech. And if you don't know about Century Tech, look into them. They are super fantastic, and they are very helpful, and it's a great app. So we're building bots that are useful to people, and hopefully it'll be an entrepreneurial project as well, because then people can sell the use of that bot and maybe make a few pounds, or maybe make a bit of money to then potentially give to charity or develop other things. So that's the Build a Bot project, and that is happening, and that started about 6 months ago, and that's ongoing. And I would really suggest that you take away that project and get weaving with that project. So moving on to other things. So I don't know how much time I have. Maybe I've gone over time, or maybe I've still got enough time to talk about a couple of other things, or suggestions. So have I got a bit more time to talk about a couple of other things?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Please go
Yes,
ahead.
please. How long have I
Yeah.
got? Just so I can sort of wrap it up at the time that you want me to wrap it up.
Yeah, so I think we've still got like 26 minutes more. So maybe like in 10 to 15 minutes you can wrap it up, and then the remaining
Awesome.
10 is thereby I can ask questions.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate, one of the most important things that you need to do is sort out the safeguarding of GDPR before you start doing any of these things. So moving away slightly and moving slightly more towards Education 3.0. So there's Web3, which is a very, very exciting concept and a very sort of a real mind-bending thing, and you should look up Web3. And so, you know, on the heels of Web3 is Education 3.0, and it does what it says on the tin. It's an education style, an education strategy that fits Web3. And Cottesmore is a very traditional school. We love teaching Latin. We like playing cricket. We like climbing trees. We like, you know, shaking people by the hand and saying please and thank you and all these things. But we're also looking towards the future. But the problem is the future isn't sometime isn't something over there. The future has started. The future is now, and I'll explain what I mean. So there's one more thing from or two more things from an education perspective that I want to talk about. One is Cottesmore's new program of learning, and we've called it Cott Sparks or Cotter Sparks. And that is learning about the future of business, the future of money, the future of drawing these things all together. And it's not happening. It's not something sort of, you know, kind of far away. It is something that's happening literally right now. And you know, not necessarily that meaning that you have to that you have to start running a school in this way, but you have to start having. Well, I say you have to, but I would love it if everybody, you know, really was able to. Sorry, I was slightly distracted by the questioning there. Yeah, Education 3.0 is coming. So I'll explain what I mean. So the world is digital, yeah, as well as reality. So we're living in a digital piece, a digital framework, but also we're living in reality. And so what happens is in the real world, businesses exist. Businesses also have to exist in the digital world. And there's something called a DAO, for example, DOA. A DAO, or is it DAO? And essentially, it's the way that you can run a business online, where all the stakeholders get to have a say on how to run the business, and it's run through a blockchain. I think it's DAO actually. This is going to be very, very important for the future, and this is where businesses are going to be. This is where businesses are going to be, and it's the same sort of thought concept area as the NFT. Now you can own something physically. You can have papers, you can have a painting, and you have on the wall, and you have papers to say this came from here, this came from here, and you can have a list of its provenance. In the art world, you have to have its provenance and maybe photographs of where it's been, and you know, evidence that it is real. So in the digital world, it's been really, really difficult to prove that something is real or authentic. But then the invention of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, came into existence, and suddenly it became possible to see the provenance of a digital object, and that was what the fuss was all about with NFTs. Suddenly, you could put a value on something because it couldn't just be copied and pasted or screenshotted, and you could just own it. So NFTs are and became a very, very important part of digital assets online. And this is what it's all about. It's about digital assets. Something more controversial. And this is all going to be part of Sparks, the new way of learning about real life in the digital world. And so that moves. When you talk about NFTs, when you talk about DAOs, when you talk about blockchain, that is certainly blockchain is all part of another thing, which is slightly more controversial, which is cryptocurrency and e-commerce and e-finance. And that is, again, it's not the future. It's not some sort of mumbo jumbo in the future. This is happening now. We all have credit cards. We very rarely pay in cash in the UK. Now we have cash, of course, but we always tip the, we always buy things through our cards and our phones, mostly. And so it's not something in the future. It's something that's happening right now. And this is something I believe it needs to become more mainstream. Children need to understand finance a lot better in the real world, in the physical world, but also they need to understand finance in the world of the digital. And I think this is going to be a hugely important thing to understand, and you can get fairly knowledgeable about it for free. When I say for free, if you have a device and if you have the internet, and this is going to be massive. And so DAOs, you have DAOs, you have NFTs, you have blockchain, which is the basis for all of these things, and also you have cryptocurrency, or as some people like to call it, because it doesn't get people so wound up, is digital assets. And so this is all, this is all part and parcel of Sparks, which is our new program of learning about the digital world that people are living in now. It's not the future. The future is now. It's happening now, all this stuff. And so it's very, very exciting. We'll feed back how it goes, because this is, I don't know anybody else doing it. So we're making this course happen as it goes. And so we'll give live feedback on how it goes. And I was going to tell you something. It's a story that's going to be talked about soon. I was going to tell you about a sort of Sparks inspired project about children and their handwriting. But I think I'm going to leave that for you to look at my LinkedIn and find out about that story. And I think it's going to be on Sunday. So Sparks is happening. It's going to be super cool. So please do watch this space. Please do stay in touch, ask questions. The last thing I wanted to talk about very briefly is please do be encouraged to join in with the My Future School competition. Make these schools. They're going to be judged by awesome people. We did it last year. It was super cool. So please do join in with that. You'll find out about it through my LinkedIn. But the last thing I wanted to talk about is esports. Esports is gaming on a competitive level. And again, you do need, you do need the facility, you do need the game, the computer, you need the controller, you need the, but we are hosting the world's first esports prep schools esports online competition. And so please do, if you're involved with that age group, 8 to 13, please do get involved, sign up. They're going to be happening. The dates and times are going to be coming out, and we're going to be putting them out there, and it's going to be super cool. We hosted last term, we hosted the world's first exclusively prep school 8 to 13 esports tournament. And so we've already done one live with actual people in the school, and now we're going global, we're going online, and it's going to be the world's first prep school age esports tournament. And so again, please stay in touch on my LinkedIn page and you'll find out about that, and hopefully you'll be able to sign up. We're doing it through a wonderful company called Digon, who will be helping us to organize that, because it's going to take a lot of organization. As you know, as you well know, these things take a lot of organization. And so that is happening. And then the next term, so after Christmas, in January, February, we are hosting, this is going to be slightly more difficult to get involved with, but we're hosting the UK's first prep schools girls esports tournament. And so that's going to happen at the beginning of next year. And that is going to be super awesome. So I think I've said quite a lot there. I don't know if I've said enough, but hopefully we'll, you can ask some questions, because that's a lot of stuff there for you to get your to get your thoughts around and ask me some questions. I may not have the answers, but hopefully I'll be able to
Yeah. Thank you
say
so
something.
much. Thank you for taking us through that journey. Thank you for opening us up to this new world of possibilities. I mean, all of these things are happening in a school called Curtis School. And if it's happening in there, we know it can happen in so many schools as well across the globe. And this session, I believe, is going to give every school leader listening the inspiration to want to pursue this course. I have a number of questions. I have a number of
Yes.
questions. So
From
the
people or
first
from
question,
yourself?
yeah, from myself, and I think
Okay.
this will also kind of resonate with what's in the mind of people as well. So the first question I'm going to ask, you mentioned about sorting out safety issues, sorting out ethics issues. First of all, the last time we had this conversation, one
Yeah.
of the things we talked about was the fact that school leaders, because there's this fear of the unknown.
Yeah.
So when they don't have the knowledge about something, there's always that fear to want to just even go forward. All right, so when we talk about this issue of safety and ethics in the AI context as the first thing that should be done, can you provide some more insight into what that should look like, and also how you have approached it?
Yeah. So I shouldn't say too much in too much detail about what is and what is not allowed, because in Nigeria it might be different to California. California,
Mm,
it might
mm,
be different, because the
mm,
law in these
mm,
places is different in different places. But
mm.
Sal Khan, you must know Sal Khan. If people listening don't know about Sal Khan, I think you should look up his latest video. He's just written a book about the future of education, and Khan Academy is his baby, and it's free education for everybody
Mm,
everywhere is his tagline. And I'd like to. It's a bit like the Cottesmore conversation. It's a bit like that philosophy.
yeah,
And he said something in one of his talks he was giving about his book. And this is my answer to your question.
yeah,
Educated bravery. It's a genius phrase. Educated bravery. And so I think it's really important to be brave and to leap into these things. But I think you need to do that from a place of education.
mm,
And what safeguarding means, we all want to keep children safe. You want to in Nigeria, we want to in the UK, in London, in
yeah,
Sussex. Everybody shares that,
yeah,
and so that's a universal. How we do that is different in different countries.
mm,
So I'm afraid what it means is reading the legislation, reading the rules
mm,
that are being put out by government, and it's ever evolving. It's a thankless task, because it's ever evolving. People are realizing what AI can do, and the ethics behind it, and also there's quite a lot of you've got to be slightly careful, because there's quite a lot of people who are not particularly pleased about AI, because
mm,
how AI and LLMs are learning is really interesting, because they're scraping Van Gogh paintings, they're scraping this, they've got Shakespeare, the works of Shakespeare, they've got, they're taking information from everywhere. And I posted on my AI thing, a group on LinkedIn, I posted a video, and it's incredible, absolutely incredible what it looks like, what they can do with video now. But it looks like a Pixar movie, and so artists, animators, designers, they are not best pleased, because it basically looks like their work, and it's not
yeah,
their, it's not being cited as their work. And so
mm,
this is slightly more difficult, but safeguarding GDPR is very, very simple. You don't write things into GDPR, you do, AI, that you don't want out there, especially things to do with GDPR, like details, people's names, dates, and private things about the school, private things about the children, private things about yourself. You just don't write that into, AI. Just don't do that. And the safeguarding piece is not so much about what you put in; it's sort of what is coming out. And so we want to safeguard children and ourselves from output or stuff that's coming out that is not good. Is either fake or there's big stuff about AI's output at the moment with politics. The next round of the American election sort of bonanza is coming round, and wow, it's a new world compared to 2 elections ago. It's a new world out there, and there's going to be so much stuff out there that is not true and not real, or there's a grain of truth that then gets expanded into something else, and it's going to be insane. It's going to be something to watch, and that's happening in Nigeria. That's happening in England. On a slightly smaller canvas. But yeah, I would say educated bravery. That's Sal Khan's phrase. Bravery. Yeah, educated bravery. Learn about the thing, and then be brave. Yeah.
Yeah, learn about it, and then be brave. Thank you so much for pointing that out. And then for school leaders, there's this thing. I've got a business. Like, how with this thing? So now, from the motivation point of view, so for school leaders, one thing they are thinking about right now is that okay, now you're talking about this thing. You want me to jump on this thing? You want me to, like, what's really in need for me? So if I jump on this thing, what will I see ROI wise in the next 6 months, in the next 1 year? What potentially, what can this do to my business? To ensure that it takes it to the next level. So from the Cortismo story, can you mention how embracing AI in education has enhanced the brand, the Cortismo brand, and the many values it has brought to even the business side of things as well?
Well, my intention is for Cottesmore to be a hub of communication. So I hope for the Cottesmore brand, I hope that's what it's done. Whether we're teaching other people that this is good or that's good, I think one of our functions that was we didn't intend to do for it to be, or one of the intentions that was a surprise, is that we are doing things for the first time. We're doing a lot of things for the first time globally, and so not through our intention, but I think we've been doing things so other people don't have to. And so so what's it done for our brand? I think it's a very, very interesting question. I wasn't ready for this question, but I need to answer it now. You've asked, but it is very, very interesting because it's very easy to get complacent. And I don't think it's about brand. I think it's about, maybe it turns out to be about brand, but complacency is not good. Really, really not good. Especially in this world, the UK government has decided to place 20% more tax on independent education. Have you heard about that? And so these things, you've got to roll. You've got to roll with this thing. You've got to move quickly. You've got to be light-footed. And what's it going to do? What's AI going to do for me? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do for individuals. That's the wonderful thing about it. Use it, see how it can help you. What has it done for us? I think it's put us in the middle of the conversation, and that is exactly what the intention was. Connectivity, bringing people together, meeting people, talking to people like you. This is fantastic. I don't know what if it's for the brand or if it's for the core offering of Cottesmore. But what it's done is it's put us in a place where we can see the present clearly, the future and the present very, very clearly, and we can act and we can be dynamic and we can live in the reality of the digital world and the in real life world together. That's I think that's what it's doing, and that's what it's done for our brand, or just not even brand, for our offering. It's this, all of our works have made it easier to pick up the phone to whoever and talk to people about, well, what do you think about teaching crypto to 11-year-old? I've got 10 people I can call up now, and a lot of people are quite worried, but like the uncanny valley thing. A lot of people are quite worried about crypto because crypto is a reasonably controversial thing for world finance, and so what I mean. It's made us. Yeah, it's all about this because you've told we had this conversation before. It's all about the communication. It's all about the conversation, and it's all about being ready to pounce. That's what it's. That's I think. What has it done for us? I think it's made us ready to pounce in the directions that we're going in. Because man, are we? The world is going in over here, and then it goes over there, and you've got to be. It's a bit like a footballer. You've got to be ready to go that way or this way, or somebody comes at you there, or two people come to tackle you. Well, you've got to go back. You've got to be ready. It's created some dynamism for Cottesmore. It's got wood panels on the school's wood paneled. We look old fashioned and traditional. So it's taking ourselves out of that paradigm.
Yeah.
Staying in with one foot on it, I have to say.
Yeah.
Being servicing our roots, servicing our where our heart is, but also being ready to pounce. I think that's the key. That's what it's done. It's made us ready.
Yeah, powerful. I mean, I like the fact that you kept on mentioning that if you look at Cottesmore School physically, physically in terms of being, it looks like a very traditional school. And I think there's a motivation there. And the motivation there is for many schools, right, would think that they are like too traditional, would think that they really can break forth into things like this. I mean, of a fact, if you go check up Cottesmore School online and you look at the building and many things, you really think that this is got to be a very traditional school, right? But then I've just come to learn from your story, from the Cottesmore story, that the building is not the school. I mean, I've just come to learn that powerfully, that the building it's not the school, right? Because I mean, if I was going to look at the building, I mean, they're so all structured.
It's a beautiful pile. It's a pile. What in England we call a pile. It's a country pile. It's a country house, and people come here to learn. It's a home, actually. I haven't talked about the boarding style of Cotswolds education because it's not really what that's about. Because it's almost the opposite of what our conversation is about. But in a way, it is the most powerful thing about this whole thing. We're a traditional school, and yet we are inhabiting both ways of thinking. And I think you're right. If you come from huge privilege and then or if you come from less privilege and less money, or there's less money around, or less resource for you, it's still having these thoughts, having these ways of thinking is going to be really, really important. And being complacent is the opposite of being dynamic. And I think you've got to remain light-footed, and you've got to remain dynamic, whichever setting you're in, wherever you are in the world, wherever you are from a privileged point of view. I think you've got to be part of a conversation about the digital world.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's the last question. And this is talking about teachers' well-being. I mean, I thank you so much for your leadership, Tom. Thank you so much. When you talked about that project, I mean, that the school had to like take on that project, focusing on teacher well-being. I mean, that alone is a message. I mean, for every school leader listening to this, I mean, you've got to have that kind of project. I don't know what's happening in the UK, but I mean, in several countries, we hear about this teacher shortage, teachers leaving the school, teachers not being excited about the job. We hear about this happening in various places, and so this issue, the teachers' well-being, again, bringing it up, and I think every school should make it a project. Can you shed some more light on how you've done it as Cottesmore School, just to inspire the school leaders that are listening, so that they can embrace it too?
Okay, I can't guarantee that we've done it, but
Okay.
we're trying to do it. This is what this project's all about, and this is one of the reasons why I launched so heavily into AI, is because I wanted to I wanted to make I wanted the teachers to teach more. That's the bottom line, and if we can get away from our desks, if we can get away from our Word documents, if we can get away from our Excel spreadsheets and be with people This is the thing. It's this human connection, literally human vibrational connection, that is so powerful and so important. If we can get away from the screen, you can never get away from it, probably because this is part of our life. We're administrators, we're
Yeah.
leaders. I'm not saying, hey, let's go and live up a mountain, and never look at a computer, because that wouldn't work in the digital world. But if we can use AI, if we can leverage AI to reduce paperwork, as you said, the paperwork pandemic, you've written it in your questions there, then we can spend more time with the children and with each other as colleagues. And on when we're at home and we're whatever we're doing, we could be walking in the forest or something, or doing something that makes us well, rather than something that's is spending too much time doing paperwork, essentially, and on bureaucracy. So that's my passion from that perspective. And I wanted to give the gift. I wanted to give that gift to the teachers at Cottesmore. Some people were super sort of keen. That's about a third or a quarter. The other end, there were a quarter who were like, don't even show me that again. I don't want to know anything about it. But then there's a bit in the middle where people are like, well, we'll see how it goes. I'm mildly interested. And so, but it doesn't change the fact that the gift has been given. The gift has been given. People have the opportunity now to use that to better their lives and to better their teaching existence. So that's the passion. And the problem was that me saying this is, it's not worth anything, me just saying this stuff. But how you make it worth something is doing a research and development project. And that's what we're doing. We're doing that with this guy I keep on talking about, called Alex. And he's helping us collect the data, and he's tracking how everybody is, how everybody is using it. These 7 state schools around us. And he's gathering information. We're putting it to a data gathering service, and they're going to create a paper out of it, and we're going to see where that goes. But the bottom line is, I'm really, really hoping that it helps teachers, makes them more well, and that's the key thing. And also leaders and people who need strategy, people who need all these things. So that's the key. Did that answer the question? It's a passion of mine, and that's not just for, hey, let's do this for private school people. Let's do this for nonsense. This is for everyone. This is why this is a project that involves 7 state schools, as opposed to 7 private schools, because it's nothing to do with what sector of the industry you're in. It's to do with making everybody's lives better, in teaching. And I expect other industries are doing the same thing.
Yeah. I bet you. Yeah, I'm going to take that back to Nigeria. I'm going to look for, a couple of schools, and we're going to replicate this same project. You just talked about the R&D side of things, and then I see again how that is very important. We really need to know exactly what this means. How does it work? How is it working? How are we really going to scale it? But we're just going to start with a small group of schools and see, and I am being inspired by what you said about Cottesmore, that you just want to position yourself as a brand that communicates, and I think someone has got to start that. Everywhere.
Drawing people together as well, because we can be communicating and just going, it could all be about output, and that's no good. Just like the Abigail Bailey project that transformed in a period of about 2 weeks, it completely transformed into something completely different. It's got to, and this is drawing people together. I love, like you, we are similar, very, very similar, because I love drawing people together and hearing all sorts of different opinions from people from different sectors, from different countries. This is very exciting. And I think I was really, it came from the first conference we did. The true motivation, or the true excitement that I felt, that we were getting people from Australia and Africa, and people were coming from everywhere, and this is really exciting. I think it's the conversation, but it's also creating these hubs like you're doing
Yeah.
now. Really
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Tom, for that. I mean, like I said, we're going to do that in Nigeria. I mean, I can't wait to get on that. Bring schools together and try to see and this R&D side of things, so that we really understand how it's playing out in our landscape, because of the factors that we have to deal with and many things like that, and so that then whatever it is we find, the findings, we can share it with with a larger audience and communicate and people get to understand what this looks like. I think that one thing every school wants to take away from here, I mean, Tom kept on talking about it, is the fact that, you have to break into conversations. I mean, you need to have conversations. I will not forget the fact that you said you had a 3 days conference, and then you brought in the experts and, I mean, this is just a very clear strategy, right? Educated bravery. You want to be brave to jump on these things, but from the place of being educated, and that's not going to happen if you don't engage in conversations, if you don't meet people. This is not the time to be complacent, right? This is not the time to be complacent. Oh my god, I'm pumped up. I'm so Tom.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
let's do it. Let's do it right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, let's do it right now. Right now is the one. Thank you so much, Tom. I mean, this is a lot. This is a lot. Thank you for coming the first time, and thank you. And when I told you about the conference is going to happen this time, you said it's great. I mean, and thank you for fine. I understand how busy you are. Like this, this means a lot to us. This means a lot to us. For showing up and for making this, possible. Thank you for sharing all of this with us. And I promise you, you're going to see a lot of great things happening even after now.
Well, I hope so. I hope everybody is, I hope everybody's energized as us.
It, I'm going to keep throwing them up.
Very fortunately, the connection's gone at the end of the talk, not in the middle of the talk. That's good. If everybody can still hear, I can't hear. I'm afraid it's paused for me. But if everybody can still hear me, please do look up Tom Rogerson. That's me on LinkedIn, and come and join in the My Future Schools competition if you can, if you've got the resources to do that. But also, it'd be super cool to have a Nigerian team playing at the esports, the online esports tournament. I don't know whether I should leave now or if I should wait. Or if I should wait politely. I'm just having a look how he's doing on the LinkedIn. I'm just sharing. So this is Cottesmore. I don't know if we're live streaming. This is the AI principle story. No, that's not it. I will get it. Here we go. So this is the story. If you're still there, maybe you're not. This is you type in AI principal head teacher, and this is super interesting. And actually, I think there's a Nigerian newspaper that's covered it. That comes up quite high on the Google search. But it's very, very interesting story. Anyway, I think I'm going to slip off. And I'm going to say thank you very much. Oh, yes, please. Is it? Oh, hello. Thank you. Yes, MZ Uj. Do you have any questions for me while we're waiting? Oh, yeah. Here we go.
About that. Yeah. So yeah.
I just tried to show the Abigail Bailey story. The first thing I looked
Oh,
up on Google didn't. It was nothing to do with us. But the second thing, it showed the Abigail Bailey story, and it was awesome.
yeah. Great, great, great. Thank you so
So
much for your time.
MZ Uj is connecting.
Oh, amazing, amazing.
Cool, dude.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, Tom. This has been an amazing time. And then yeah, thanks for sharing all of this with us. You can be sure. I mean, there are a lot of people that are not connected right now, but will get to listen to the recording later. And I'm sure you're going to get a lot of comments. You're going to see a lot of follow up on this conference, on this particular session on LinkedIn. People coming to share what they have learned and coming to say how this session has really inspired them. That's one thing we're going to do, asking people to share their thoughts from this session on LinkedIn, and mentioning, the things that they would love to do because of the inspiration they've gotten from this session.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks so much, Tom. We're gonna keep in touch, and there's more coming.
All right. Thank you so much. See you, everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bye for now. Bye for now.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Yeah, what a session! What a good way to start the conference. Uh, okay, so yeah, I mean, what a session. What a good way to start the conference. AI in education. And of course, we started out the conference with this topic because in the world we live in today, AI is, I mean, last year we decided not to see anything about AI, right? This is the third edition of this conference. We decided not to say anything about AI last year. And reason is because we weren't sure about many things. I mean, for us, we're still learning and try to understand many things. One thing you would discover about Tom, right? Tom kept on showing us the fact that there are quite a number of things that they are working on. It's not conclusive. It's in the pipeline. It's in the process, and so they are. So just so you can see that, I mean, everyone, all over the world, right? Many things are in review, right? It's a process. You want to jump on it and just learn on the go. Learn. That's what's happening. If you look at other industries, that's what's happening, right? They're jumping on it and they're learning on the go. As they embrace it, they are being agile, right? It's called agility. The word for it is agility, right? The agile mindset. They jump on it, and as they are going on it, right, they see if anything, they're learning from the whole experience. They are coming back. They are reiterating, right? Also from the design thinking perspective, and that's why I told you that this conference is bringing together three things: design thinking, um, agility, and foresight, right? Everything we'll be doing in this conference is bringing these three forces together as important thing. As three important things that will transform education today and put it where it should be. I mean, I believe I can say this anywhere. These three forces are very important in any system, right? And you can see how these forces play out even at Curtis Moore School, right? You can see agility. How Tom kept saying, they're not complacent. They keep changing. They go here and then, you can see foresight because they're thinking about the future, and you can see design thinking because they're looking at the real world. What are the issues that are obtainable? What are the problems that needs to be solved? All right. And how can we have an education that solves that today? You see how that plays out even at Curtis Moore School, right? So this time around, from last year up to now, I think we've learned some things, right? We understand better what's going on. And we thought, yeah, I mean, let's start the conference out with this topic this year: AI in education. And that session was most especially for school leaders, right? Because school leaders need to act from a place of knowledge. You need to see what is possible, and then you need to know how to go about it. I mean, Tom has taken us on that journey. Again, first thing first, right? It's ethics, safeguarding. You want to focus on safety first, right? He talked about educated bravery. You need to learn about it, right? You need to learn about it. Do you know that? Let me give you a trick. I mean, if you're a school leader and you want that educated bravery, you want to act from a place of knowledge, right? I'm going to give you a trick, right? And I got this trick, I got this inspiration from a professor. I watched a video from the World Economic Forum talking about a professor that, asked ChatGPT to help him create a course, and he just gave it the right prompt, and it just brought out that thing, that was just so sweet, right? What you can do is that you can go to cloud. I mean, cloud. I think 3.5 Sonnet Cloud, cloud.ai. You can sign up and you can jump on cloud, or you can as well use ChatGPT. I'll say you use both of them, right? And then you compare the results and see. But of course, there should be some level of similarity in how it's, But if you ask me which should you go for, I would say cloud, 3.5 Sonnet, the latest um, version of cloud, that one that's available on cloud.ai, right? And you can give it the prompt, right? I am a school leader, right, who is new to AI, right? And I am thinking about safety and ethics for my system, right? Can you please help me understand how to go about this? If you give cloud this prompt, right, or you give ChatGPT this prompt, right, you are going to get the information that is going to help you to get started, so that you are acting from a place of knowledge. And by the way, that's the world we live in today. Knowledge has become closer, right? Knowledge has become closer. That's the kind of world we live in today, right? Like somebody said, don't ask me a question you have not asked ChatGPT. I saw that thing on social media. When I saw that thing on social media, this lady that was walking, and then she put that post behind her. It said, "Don't ask me a question you have not asked ChatGPT." I mean, that's the kind of world we live in today, all right? I mean, it's now easier. Knowledge is closer to us. It's so close. So if you go to ChatGPT or cloud and you give it that kind of prompt, you want to understand how to embrace safety, right, in bringing AI into your school or into your classroom, is going to give you a simple way to get started, right? You're asking for the vocabularies, and of course, it's going to be conversational, right? You keep fine tuning, you keep fine tuning the prompt, you keep adjusting, you keep getting more information. It's going to be conversational, right? As it's giving you responses, you can keep, asking for more, right? Ask for, and I think every school, very simple way to go about it. Every school should do this, right? So that school leaders, you are acting from a place of knowledge. You know what is going on. You need to be interested in AI. You need to be interested in AI ethics, in AI safeguarding, right? You need to be right. You need to look out for schools that have done these things, right? Break into conversations. Come to LinkedIn and connect with them. How have you done it, right? While you're yet making your own research, right? You can see what Cotismo is doing. A lot of research has gone into these things, and how they are transforming education and how they are changing things, right? You have to do it right now, right now. The time to do that is right. What I've just said right now, the time to do it is right now. The time to do it is right now. So thank you. Many thanks to everyone that has joined this first session. This is the opening session of the conference. We hope that you are inspired already. We hope that you are evolving already. We hope that you're ready to make some new moves. Right. We're going to be going on a break, and the next session, we start by what's it called? um, just between 12 p.m. and 12:30, right? We're going to be coming on here again. We're going to be having the next session, right? Um, and we're going to be moving into our first school spotlight, which is this school, the Riverside School from India, an award-winning school. That's the most innovative school in the world in the year 2023. You don't want to miss that session. You really don't want to miss that session, right? She's going to be joining us in the room, taking us on that journey into the Riverside School in India. So we've been to the United Kingdom, Curtis Moore School. Now we're going on a virtual tour, right, from the United Kingdom to India. Are you ready? Are you ready? I mean, I cannot wait to see what's going on in there, right? Again, about this conference, it's about networking, right? You've seen our speakers. You can connect with them on LinkedIn. You can check what they're doing. That's one of the goal of this conference: networking, 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 right? So please keep networking, keep checking out what's going on with our speakers, what they're doing. I'm also connecting with us as well too. As well, you can see what we're doing. You can check me out on LinkedIn. You can see what I'm saying. the amazing things that will inspire you as well. Yeah, while we'll get set for our next session between 12 and 12:30 p.m. And I look forward to welcoming you back by that time, by then. All right. So thank you, everyone. And bye for now. See you for the next session. Okay, so we are back. We are back. Um, so it's been an amazing journey. We are um, looking at AI in education, and we're going to move into the next session actually. And you see, this next session is something that you don't want to miss. Before I jump on next session, I really want to encourage you to please go on Instagram, go on Facebook, on LinkedIn, share what you've learned. Don't keep this to yourself. Share what you've learned in that first session. Share it on LinkedIn, share it on Instagram, share it on Facebook with your network. Share that same value you've gotten from that session with them. Before we jump on this next session. So we yeah, I am super excited that we have Miss Kim in the building. We have Miss Kim in the building. So Miss Kim, I'm going to bring you up real quick. Miss Kim is an amazing person. Um, One of the things I always keep remembering Miss Kim for uh, was this project. Oh my God, how did I almost forget the name? Uh, Sorry, Miss Kim. What was this event we had that the president of Botswana was around? Steam some. I can't remember the name.
Oh, Stream Park.
Stream Park. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was Stream Park. I mean, being a part of that project, and how it all went from the beginning to the end to the main day when the kids had to come show their project. I mean, we get to see amazing projects by African kids, um, you know, and then also when I interviewed some of the kids from Botswana, I'm just getting into the projects that we're doing with Destination Imagination. So you guys are going to be hearing about Destination Imagination. In this session, we're going to be talking about STEM education in Africa, the past, the present, and the future. There are so many great things happening on the continent that you don't get to see often. You don't get to see them often, right? You're going to be seeing a lot of them in this session. There's so many great things happening on the African continent. I don't want to talk about the African continent now. I'll talk about that later because of time. So there are so many great things happening, especially in the area of STEM education. Yeah, let me not go into talking about that. But I am so excited and pumped up because Miss Kim is in the building. The CEO of Destination Imagination, Africa. She and her team has been doing a great work, and I'm also a part of that team. Has been doing a great work on the African continent as regards revamping, making education more valuable, more impact driven through STEM education. And in this session, you're going to be seeing what that looks like. She's going to be showing us a lot of things, bringing us into that world, and then we're going to have just a conversation. Hi, Miss Kim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure. You're bringing me home. This is the topic I love.
Yeah, yeah. So over to you, Miss Kim. I'll just stay behind the scene, and if you need my help, you can call me anytime.
Okay. Yes. A very, very happy afternoon from my city called Gaborone in Botswana, where we do a lot of STEAM projects. And as you know, we brought gold home from Olympics. So from wherever you are, I think you would want to clap hands for us to give us a thumbs up. Wherever you're tuning in from, you can give us some love. Just post some heart emoji to Teboho, the young man, 21-year-old who brought the gold medal home, and his team that has worked tirelessly. And that is just a little showcase on explaining the talent in Africa. Yes, so I've had the privilege and the honor and truly humbled to have worked in Africa extensively. And that is starting from marginalized communities to the cities and getting to see firsthand the talent that's within the continent. So within my selected topic, which was selected for me. I didn't choose the topic, but it's a topic I love. We're going to talk about STEM education in practice and how we've done it, focusing on Africa and how we've done it in Africa. But then we wouldn't talk about this topic before we get into explaining a little bit. I know we have educators here, but as you know it, STEAM education stands for science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So we put a lot of emphasis on arts, which is arts to us represent creativity, soft skills, which within our projects we ensure there's a lot we cover in the space of soft skills as one of the biggest missing links. But then, for me to do justice to the topic, to the presentation, I'd like to touch a little bit on where we are, the state of STEM education in Africa. Historically, where are we coming from? Just to bring into perspective, context matters. So we've gone through colonialism, as you all know. And within the colonial period, there was a lot of focus on vocational training instead of fostering scientific inquiry or technological advancement. So there's a gap that we're still trying to catch up on. As many countries moved on, Africa was pretty much left behind. To an extent, you find to date, a lot of countries in Africa are still on the colonial education system. There's a lot of work getting done. Transition is happening as we move into setting a robust foundation for STEAM, which is important and critical for modern economic development to take place. So fast forward into where we are, there has been significant strides across the continent. And now would cite countries like South Africa, Botswana, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, that have been very progressive. If I may focus on Sub-Saharan Africa, which is predominantly where I work. So we've seen a lot of them come up with curriculums for coding, robotics, 3D printing, drones technology. Those who are not yet there, there's a lot of work getting done. Labs, like currently within the Kenya government, they've made it mandatory, I think for the past 2 years, for every private school to have a very well equipped and resourced laboratory for science experiments and stuff like that. There are coding classes that are taking place, and so many coding and robotics clubs that are mushrooming, which I would encourage a lot of educators to get into that. We do a lot of work in that space. So within just working on the infrastructure, making sure that there's electricity, there's internet, limiting reasons or resources that make it quite a challenge for us to get STEM education. Government just putting that infrastructure has really helped a lot. So let me talk about the challenges we face. One of the biggest challenges we face is the digital divide. The gap between those who have access to technology and those who don't is quite huge. Just having access to a computer or internet connectivity. The last I checked was in, I think was of 2023 statistics, we had 89% smartphone penetration within the continent. And we have mastered that skill of encouraging educators and children, use what you have at your disposal. You have a smartphone, you have access to internet, you can do some research using it, you can learn some skills. So cultural biases also have discouraged girls from pursuing STEM subjects, which limits the talent pool. So we've learned to come up with so many ways that make STEM fancy, fun, interactive for children. Within our projects, where we do a lot of boot camps on coding and robotics, we've gone to an extent as we still foster in bringing the aspect of the creativity within girls, where we do knitting. It's a fun thing the kids do, and you make them knit something that they're gonna use. So we'd have like 8 hours of a session where we usually do 45 minutes lesson, 45 minutes lesson. So within those 15 minutes gap, there's a conversation that you get girls very much involved. We do a lot of public speaking where we're building into their soft skills. They need to learn how to present. We do a lot of it's a lot of advocacy on the girl child getting to know what we call good grooming, how do you take care of yourself, hygiene. So you bring in other topics that make it become more encouraging. Now, I'd love to talk about leave the challenges we face. If we start talking about our challenges, it can be an all day long. What I'd say, which is very, very encouraging, we've come up with so many ways of dealing with those challenges. So we get going. So many girls now are getting encouraged. We actually have seen our enrollment going to 70, 80% where we get girls versus boys. Infrastructure is something we're dealing with. Our governments are being very supportive. We share resources where school A will have laptops that school B can borrow. School it can be one projector that's circulating the whole village. It's about getting the job done. So the success stories, we have national programs. For instance, Kenya has a digital literacy program, Zanzibar, Tanzania, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and Botswana. So this initiative, we've seen a huge distribution of tablets. Like in Botswana, we are done now with all teachers have laptops. We have a lot of tablets within senior schools and junior schools. We have every school has a lab. We have internet. Every school has internet connectivity. And this goes to even the children within remote areas to ensure this digital learning that's happening. So South Africa started way back. I think South Africa started 2017 and has made great stride. So we've seen the government prioritizing STEM subjects and prioritizing making it for industrial revolution a thing that is not just spoken about but getting done. Then we have a lot of events for creating awareness. Like right now, we're going through Botswana National Science Week, which is a huge event. And within this event, we would have sometimes the president as the guest, the minister of education, and inviting all the other stakeholders from private sector to NGOs. So in this case, the private sector and NGOs are playing a crucial role. You've seen like Africa Code Week that SAP does introducing coding to millions of African children. Last year alone, they did over 3.8 million in Africans that were introduced to coding through this program. Then you've also seen organizations like EAZY-DIGI, who is doing a lot of advocacy in Nigeria. And you've seen organizations like Destination Imagination, where we have currently we've trained more than 10,000 educators and students, which we cover from university level to school-going children. We actually start from the age of 7. So there's a lot that is quite inspiring. You've seen schools like African Leadership Academy that is focusing on STEM projects and addressing real-world problems where students design, for instance, water purification systems. Communities that lack clean water are able to get clean water. We've seen within DI, Destination Imagination, the project that I ran, a lot of kids coming up with issues of solar, anything that can make us not just deal with the impact of climate change, but as well solve the problems that are existing within our communities, which electricity is one of them. Energy is quite a huge challenge within the continent. So there has been a great impact where some communities, I would mention like WAA, W Foundation, which has been running STEM camps for girls within coding, robotics, renewable energy. And these camps have sparked some interest for STEM within girls and just getting into villages, going to remote areas and advancing that. So there's a lot that we can say that we're seeing these lights, these advancements. We're seeing technology becoming not a thing of the past, enabling kids to have these platforms like the Khan Academy and Hello World and so many other platforms that if you look at this Google that has come up with a lot of education tools, this IBM, this Microsoft, just getting them to know there's this tool, there's a platform that you can use that has content. MIT, I think we actually started our coding training with MIT Scratch Code, which is quite basic, but are super easy to access. And a lot of our kids have gone through that program. We also have the private sector, like ABSA. They have a fintech project that they call Ready to Work. that we encourage a lot of youth. It's a free platform to get online and use. Then, of course, emerging technologies like VR, virtual reality, AI, which is transforming how we teach and learn. So we are doing a lot of work to make sure that the teachers are trained and kids can get into class, the learners can get into class and use virtual reality. And teachers can train where you see something that was becoming, especially like in sciences, it could be chemistry. It looked like a concept that is a bit difficult to understand. This VR and many other AI tools break it down into easy, digestible concepts. And we're encouraging a lot of use of AI, which is making it super easy. Where right now we have AI tutors that kids just get on the iPad and learn. And of course, that mitigates that the essence of keep on telling the teacher, repeat again. The robot can do it 1,001 times. So let's look at the future possibilities for STEM education in Africa. Looking ahead, the vision for future and what we're looking into. We continue to invest and prioritize STEM. And we are looking for those partnerships with global leaders, technology and innovation as a priority, where every community needs to have a STEM hub or an innovation center, and making this easily accessible and available to communities. So this, I'd look at it as an opportunity for growth, where we consider the renewable energy, where Africa has one of the best resources for solar and wind energy. So if we can educate, and also we have a lot of minerals, as you know, if we can encourage more students to get into engineering environment, to get those homegrown solutions, if they can think in a different way, this can advance us. And of course, this is a call for action for Global North. Participate, be a team player, look into what is happening in the continent, and see how we can partner. Then there's a huge role for policymakers that we always call them out. We need strong policies and that could lead into investments into education. So governments must continue to reform curriculums to make STEM subjects more accessible and relevant. So it's an appeal where we're speaking, currently we're talking to UNESCO, other stakeholders like African Union, who is championing education in Africa. We have MasterCard. If we could get our governments to realize, or rather to streamline those policies and make STEM education a program that is not just a nice to have, but a must have. It should be in every classroom. So let's empower the next generation. Let's try to see how we can make scholarships available, mentorship programs. Let's create inclusive environments where every child is not left behind because of their gender, their location, or their background. Let's have STEM education as an opportunity that is cutting across board. So we seek and appeal for collaboration. That is educators, business people, governments, civil societies. We must work together, innovate, and work on solutions that are tailor-made to suit Africa's unique challenges and opportunities. Because yes, opportunities are truly there. Then of course, sustainability is critical. We'd love to come up with strategies that we know STEM education is not just a one-time investment, but a continuous process of learning and relearning. And that is where we're looking at customizing the programs that are there, make them accessible, make them like let's just break the bridge that the child in the village may not have this and that. Embrace creativity, innovation, and ensure that every child is keen to learn, excited about this, and is looking at having a brighter future. So, Mr. Adibayo, I would put my closing remarks looking at the future. There's clear a lot of potential in Africa, but all this lies in the hearts of our youth. As you know, we have 70% of our population in Africa sits with the youth. That is the age under 35. That we look at it as our greatest asset. It is our greatest resource. So we're not just building our workforce. We want to build a bright future for the entire continent. We want to commit ourselves into nurturing this potential, knowing that the seeds we plant today will grow into the leaders and the visionaries we need tomorrow. We can make Africa a global powerhouse of innovation, but this cannot be done alone. We need to partner. We need you to participate. You need you to look into organizations that you can align yourselves with, work together, and we see ourselves as being a resource for the global community on labor. Where these countries in global north, they're struggling with the population, the aging population. We have a young population. That's a great asset. We just need to train. We just need to partner and train our youth. Then we can be a great asset for the world at large. Thank you very much. I am not sure if we have any questions. I'd love to respond to any person who has a question.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, Miss Kim. Um, I love I love the last point. I mean the last statement. Talking about partnership and training. Talking about partnership and training. I think that that partnership side of things is something that we need to really explore a lot. A lot. I've seen how many schools are limited with respect to their offering because they they don't want to embrace partnership. And if we want to look at other sectors, other industries, I mean, you see how they are leveraging on partnership just to keep growing, just to stay alive, for sustainability. I mean, you see different companies coming to partner together. When it gets to the education space, where we see less of partnerships, and much of that isn't happening. And that's really so powerful. I have a number of questions for you, Ms. Kim. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is going to be like a deep dive. Um, I mean, into project, into what kids are doing, um, and I mean, if it's possible for us to for you to like show some pictures, fine. But if not, it's okay. Uh, so, so I mean, our listeners are wondering, for those that have not embraced system, STEM into their school environment, I mean, they are
Mm-hmm.
wondering, I mean, how am I going to do this, right? Um, can you cite like one or two projects, STEM project that you have seen, and then the process, like take us on a journey of how we started to how
Mm-hmm.
we ended. I mean, so that for our listeners, they can just see what the process looks like, and most importantly, also addressing the limitations. I mean, the challenges that were, and now, in spite of those challenges, we're able to still start from the beginning and just
Yeah.
how the whole journey looked like. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. A very good question. Yeah. And especially listeners who are in the education space, this is something I love talking about and much more encouraging educators. Yes, as we talk about and look at the challenges we're facing, there are a lot of solutions that are still within us and right on our fingertips. So, the number one critical thing that every educator should really embrace is collaboration. This is not something you can do alone. And with the strong old adage that we say, it takes a village to raise a child. The education sector needs to rise up to the occasion. And yes, they truly do. So, when it comes to starting a STEAM club or wherever you want to, I would address like just starting a STEAM club within the schools. I would go for start with get other talk to other stakeholders. In this particular case, the stakeholders would be other teachers. Make it something that you're doing as a team with educators. Get the admin buy-in. Start small. Starting small can be just with getting a science kit. Just getting that science tool, that box that you call a STEM kit. Just getting one or two laptops. The starting point is what really matters. Then just get to know there's so many tools online. There are so many resources. Like, let's say, for instance, with science and with STEAM education, we try to make it fun, engaging, and extremely interactive. So we have what we call instant challenges. And within our instant challenges, it's something that kids can do within 5 minutes. it sort of breaks ice, like when kids are bored or a little bit tired. It's something that makes them laugh. If you get online, like Destination Imagination website, you see a lot of inside challenges. Some of them, they're teachers that just create them, or we get ideas from children as well. So start and make it very interactive. Come up with a STEM day or a STEM hour once in a week where you see collaborate with children and educators and have an interaction on something that is team based. Get, even if it's your computer lab, put a STEM corner where you put all this the science innovations that kids come up with, exhibit them. So every child that walks in gets encouraged and wants to do that. It's critical as well for you to start a STEM club. Start a STEM club. Once you start a STEM club, it's like, if you remember how we did Girls and Boy Scouts, it was a movement that each one of us had to join. A debate club, it becomes a movement that everybody feels they want to be a part of. So starting it, name it, come up with a fancy name. You can call it whatever, Discovery Club, STEM Club, it can be anything, but once you name it, put a label, put a sign, give it identity. Then when you're starting like branding, coming up with t-shirts that kids wear on that particular, give them ownership, make them feel like this is something they need to be a part of. You can start with doing debates if you're still looking for resources. It can be a debate on a STEM related subject. Kids love to debate. And the more they debate, the more they'll start thinking about STEM opportunities in STEM, careers in STEM. What exactly is STEM education? Why do I need to be in STEM education club? So there's so many fun ways you can do. I'll also very much encourage, please, can I stop somebody who is, we actually fixing our tables for a STEM boot camp that we have
That's
next
fine.
week.
That's fine. That's fine.
Just so that I'll tell the person who is doing the tables to just give me a few minutes. We
Yeah.
do a lot of outdoor
Okay.
activities, which are fun and engaging. So I would also very much want to encourage people listening. Please talk to donors. And donors can even be parents. Just 1 minute. Please tell them to stop for 2 minutes. Yes. It can be donors, can be, I can show you some of our resources. I don't know if you can see me because it's a background. Some of our resources, like our robots, some of them were donated. Our drones. We've had
Wow.
sessions where,
Wow.
actually, when we started as a very small club for children. We started like with 5 children. And guess what we did? We kept on telling parents who are bringing those children, please come with something, bring some recycled materials, please donate some stationery. You'll be amazed and surprised at how much the community wants to be a part of this. So within a school setup, the
Wow.
same thing. Yeah, just don't be shy. Ask people to bring what they have. We've had people donate laptops. Most of the laptops we use, because we use a lot of used, like totally useless laptops, which next week we'll be doing a lot of that, where we give kids to break them into pieces and find out what does it make to put together a laptop. So when you ask people to give you old used laptops, even old computers, you wake up, we've actually stopped accepting because we ended up with a storage full of all those recycled materials, old printers, anything that technically we want kids to understand. How is this formed? How is this done? So the community is willing to help. I'm happy to, I offer a lot of consultancy on that, how to start a STEM school, how to start a STEM club. And I have a lot of free information that's also on my website. I hope that answers or that helps.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the part where you talked about, not being shy. I mean, so first of all, about collaboration. Yeah, collaboration and partnership, and then the part where you talked about, donors, reaching out to donors. I think that's a very important and powerful point. That's so powerful. I mean, not being shy. I mean, he just gave us the key. He just gave us the key. Being willing to reach out, leveraging on the community. Yeah, I mean that sounds so great. And just like you said, the community, leveraging on the community parents, and then how they started giving back to that cause and all of that. That sounds so great. Yeah, that's a great idea that someone needs to try it right now. Reach out to donors, don't be shy, and then get parents on board. Let them see what this is all about. Start a STEM club. So it's okay to say that right now it's a crime. It's a STEM crime. Uh, it's a STEM crime. Uh, you know, uh, for any school right now today not to have a STEM club, right? Where it stands today in Africa, in anywhere across the globe, right now, it will be a STEM crime. For any school not to have a weekly STEM club, you've got to get that started, right? You've got to get it started. And just like Ms. Kim has told us practically how you can start. You don't have to, yeah, think big, but you can just start in a very little way, and then gradually you begin to grow it, and then it keeps getting better and better and better. So, Miss Kim, I'm going to ask. I mean, so we have school leaders that are listening to this session and that will listen to this session, uh, and then we also have teachers too that are also going to listen to this session. So, for school leaders, I'm sure they've heard the part of partnerships, partnering with other companies and other organizations, and just to make this happen. Um, what's like the greatest advice you would give to to school leaders on STEM and on making this to really work in their school environment, right? Especially with regards to the likely challenge that they might face, and how you just the advice that can just help them navigate, and get it started.
Thank you, Sam. I think my greatest advice to school leaders: train your teachers, train your teachers.
Hmm. Hmm.
Is too much, and it just comes when I'm starting. Invest in training your teachers, and training teachers doesn't have to be that expensive. You can even get a lot of free resources. We've
Yeah.
learned and we've nurtured that thing of training ourselves. A lot of resources we've had. YouTube is the world's biggest and best university. And if you talk like your local universities, you'll always find a university lecturer that's volunteering to come and train your teachers within the community. Invest in training your teachers. It doesn't have to break the bank, but training teachers, you'll set them up. It's quite frustrating when we see, especially right now, we have a lot of teachers that are willing to learn, like project-based learning. It's sounds like something so huge, so complicated, because you're talking to an educator who you're expecting them to teach these children or learners in class that way, but they don't know how to. So if by setting up the pace, that foundation, everything else will fall in place. You can use a lot of recycled materials, but how are you going to use recycled materials when you're not even trained? So you become a STEM thinking person. You become so STEM attuned. Then it will be very easy for you to get the resources that you need. But now you don't, before you get trained, you don't even know your problems. So it's a state of just being frustrated. You want your kids to do very well. You want them to pass or to get inclined to STEM courses, but you don't have the base on where to start. So I cannot emphasize enough the importance of training teachers.
Hmm. Yeah, the importance of training teachers. School leaders, that's for you. You have to, make it continuous. Keep training your teachers again and invest in it. Invest in it. It makes it possible. It makes it very easy for STEM to happen, in your school environment easily. Then one last advice for teachers, that are thinking about. You've said a number of things before, but just as we're wrapping up, one last advice you give for teachers, who are looking at it and say, "Oh, now I'm hearing about STEM, stream. I really want to do this. All right, how do I go about this?" All right, one last advice just to get teachers started.
I would very much encourage teachers to learn, to be very willing to unlearn, relearn, and learn.
Hmm.
Extremely important, because we have that challenge with this is how I was taught. Not knowing, education space is becoming extremely dynamic. We're
Hmm.
evolving. Things are changing
Hmm.
every day. Be
Hmm.
willing to unlearn, to learn, and to relearn, and
Hmm.
rise up to the occasion. Every community, there's always a STEM education conference or an education conference. Rise up to the occasion, go for that conference. Embrace digital
Hmm.
platforms. We teach ourselves a lot. We met with Mr. Adibayo on this platform. We've remained very good friends. We've done so many projects. We are clocking almost 10 years as champions of Africa.
Yeah.
And met face to face. But he's my brother, truly. I would count on him. And he comes to help me on so many projects. We have so much going on right now, but there's no always going to say no to coming to his event. That's the support we give each other.
Mm.
So I would encourage teachers, please use the digital platforms. Whether you identify one and say it's Instagram that I'm going to be posting what I'm doing with kids, it's TikTok, it's Facebook, it's LinkedIn, do it. Do
Mm.
it, brand yourself, you're a brand, always remember. And as you brand yourself, you're uplifting others. You're paying it forward. Thank you.
Mm. Yeah, powerful. This last part is so powerful. I love it. You just nailed it. I mean, that's the way it is. When I look at how far we've come together, how we met, and the number of projects we've done together, just by choosing to be visible, just coming out there and showing, being visible and consistent on LinkedIn, and other social media platforms, and I think it's truly very, very important. It's extremely important for teachers to understand this, right? Whatever it is you're doing, those little things, come on LinkedIn and share it. And then you see other teachers who come and say, oh, that looks cool. And they could even also offer some ideas and all of that. And that's how it keeps going. You just keep expanding your network and you're learning as well, you're growing, you're seeing what's possible, the new things that people are doing, and then you're also growing and in that direction. Yeah, that's so powerful. Thank you so much, Miss Kim. You have just given us the audience some very practical tips, right, on how to advance them within their environment, within their space. Partnership, collaboration, reaching out to donors, not being shy. I mean, it's just time to go out. I think if I look at this session and I look at the fourth session as well, one thing that's kind of common is the fact that it's time for schools to go out. It's time to break. School needs to go out, embrace partnership. It's time for schools to go out. Teachers, it's time for you to go out, come out of your shell, come out of that zone, come out of that space, break down the walls. It's time to go out. It's time to reconnect with essence. It's time to reconnect with what is real. It's time to reconnect with purpose and move things forward. Thank you so much, Miss Kim. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for that spark. Yeah, I feel it. I can feel the spark. I feel it. I can feel the spark. Thank you so much for your time. I mean, we're going to stay connected, and we're going to keep bringing you over and over again because there's so many things to keep talking about from time to time. Yeah, thank you so much, Miss Kim. You're the best.
It's been a pleasure and enjoy the workshop. It's super awesome. You're doing a brilliant job.
Thank
Thank you, sir.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for your time. Yeah.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. So that was just that was the end of the second session for the day. STEM education in Africa. We decided to put a spotlight on Africa just to give our global audience an idea of what's going on in there, right? Africa plays a very strategic role in sustaining the global talent pool, just so you can see what's going on there, how STEM education is changing things, right, even in Africa. And Miss Kim from Destination Imagination just took us on that journey to show us what's happening in there. And that's been a great one. We are going to move right into the next session in just about like a minute. Where is my. Okay, so I need to pull my slides. I'm very excited about this one, about what we're going into right now. I'm super excited. I'm super excited. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm super excited because we have Kieran with us in the studio right now. She's going to be coming up shortly, and this is another school spotlight session. And one of the things we do in this conference is what we call school spotlight. Right? We go look out for the best schools in the world, and we bring them right here in this conference, so you can see what's going on in there. Right? See, there's no better way to be inspired than to come in contact, to see, to behold what is possible. I hope you're ready for this adventure because Kieran is here with us in the studio. She's going to be taking us through, we're going to be going through, it's like a virtual tour actually. You're going to be seeing what happens, at at Riverside School, which is the world best school prize for innovation in the year 2023. If you want to see what innovation looks like, I'm going to ask you to please fasten your seatbelt, because we are going to get on that flight right about now. We have Kiran with us in the building. But because of time, um, I would have loved to like go through a long bio, but because of time, you are going to be meeting Kiran very quickly. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just going to just read something very quick. Kiran Bersetti, I hope I got the name right. So when she's in the studio, is a designer who became a teacher, a principal who grew into an education reformer, and subsequently morphed into a social entrepreneur. She's a trained graphic designer. She comfortably uses the language of design. That's the part I love the most. Iteration, prototype, design specs to develop not only curriculum innovation, but also community based social programs. Um, in 2029, Kiran launched Design for Change, which uses a simple four-step design framework: FIDS, feel, imagine, do, share. I can't wait to hear about that one. To cultivate the I can mindset in all children. Today, DFC is the world's largest movement of change of and by children, and today it is in 60 plus countries, impacting over 2.2 million children and 65,000 teachers. K-12 2033 edition. Please make welcome Kiran into this year's edition. I'm going to bring them to the right.
Hey,
Hello. Yeah,
fast
yeah.
else. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time. I'm so excited. Following you closely on LinkedIn and seeing what's happening at the Riverside School, and most especially your emphasis on design. I cannot wait. I really cannot wait. So, so we're going to start this right now. And the first thing would like you to just take us on a journey into the Riverside School. The audience, they are curious. They want to know what the Riverside School is all about. They want to just have an idea of what happens in there, and then after then I'll then come with some other questions and all of that. Yeah. So over to you.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you for this invitation to speak to your wonderful audience. I was just sneaking into the previous conversation and I saw the energy of your previous speaker and her lovely message to teachers is saying, you must train teachers. Yes. You're right. Well, the interesting thing is, I had no plans of changing the world. 23 years ago, I had graduated from design. I was running my own design firm and, having a wonderful time, not being bothered about children. And then I became a mother.
Mm,
And I think I
mm,
witnessed firsthand a system that rewarded compliance and control, over
mm,
conversation and creativity. So as long as children were good and obedient, everything was fine. And I think the mother in me was very upset by this idea of what my son was going through. But I think the designer in me was super excited. I said, wow, here's an
mm,
opportunity to reimagine what education can be. So I took my son out of school and I said that there must be a different way to educate our children so that you don't leave agency to chance. You do it by design. So when I started Riverside 23 years ago, it was a single goal. Can every child graduate with content and character, passion and
mm,
compassion, doing good and doing well?
mm,
It's a very simple goal,
mm,
nothing dramatic about it. But the beauty of the program over 23 years has been in building that vision into action. The visions are grand. Everybody has a vision, and the vision is on the principal's cabin or in the corridors of the school. But very
mm,
often it doesn't translate into the smallest time frame, which is a single session. How can the vision of graduating children who can design a more just and beautiful world happen in every single hour of your day? That really was the exciting design process that we went through. And I think over the years, we've built a very intentional program that ensures that children all graduate with competencies. They have service as a very strong component of their program, and student agency, which we call the I CAN projects. So often I remember being told, oh, children are the future. One day they will make the world a better place. And we keep deferring the promise to when they're 18. And then it's too late, because children have not had the opportunity to exercise the agency when they're 3. And we leave it to when they're 18. So I think for us, challenging the myth that children have to be 18 to be change makers, challenging the myth of gender. There's certain genders, especially in many parts of the world, where the boys get better opportunities, than the girls, and demographics that, where you come from will determine what opportunities you get. So when we challenge these 3 myths, we reimagined what education can be for every child. So I think at Riverside, when you walk into the space, you will see that student agency right off the bat. You will see children taking ownership. You will see them design their day. You will see them co-create processes. You will see them being equal partners in decision making. And sometimes the teacher is a learner, sometimes the student is a learner. But in that democratic space of learning, you will see children thrive, right? So I think in the years that I've been running the school and putting this together, the one thing I've learned is, if it's not in your timetable, it's not going to happen. All the thinking in the world and all the intention in the world, if it doesn't appear with intent in your timetable, it's less likely going to happen. So the real beauty was in reimagining the timetable as a conscience, not as a ribbon model. 8 o'clock math and 9 o'clock, science, and 10 o'clock social studies. It was the ability to make it your conscience, that all that document should be an artifact of conscience. That if you want children to graduate having content and having character, it must appear in the multiple times children get opportunities to exercise that. Because if you do the math, it's so easy. Math gets 5 days a week, every single day, an hour. And if you add the math of math into 15 years, clearly there is growth in that area. But for character, we leave it once a week. Maybe that's a good story we can do once a week, or we live. Just the math doesn't. If you leave it to just chance, that's not going to add up, right? So the ability to look at the math of the hours that you need to build both the heart and the mind was really the heart of design at Riverside. So that really became the opportunity to reimagine what can children do every single day towards the larger goal that at 18, when they graduate, they're part of nation building. They're part of designing a just and equitable world. So that really was our 23 years.
Yeah. I mean, this is so beautiful. Designing a just and equitable world.
Yeah.
So, I love the part that you mentioned the issue of timetable. You see, that timetable thing, it's an issue. it's a big issue, because every time we get to the place of innovating, there's always that challenge. We have a timetable. We have topics and things to cover for the. We have 3 months intern. Yeah. So I think we should start from there. Let's start from that timetable thing. So at Riverside School, how have you disrupted that ideology, working with the timetable, to be able to contain, right, content, character, and every other important competency that a child needs, right, to actively contribute to making the world a better place?
Yeah. So I think if you look at, finally, if I look at the timetable as a mandala, like, it's like a flower that unfolds, right? At the core of it is a single day, right? And then you have the week, and then you have the month, and then you have the year, and then you have 15 years. Okay, so, but the heart of it comes down to that single day, right? And that single day had to be reimagined to be able to have the time to do the things that you want to build. It's like planting seeds, right? You plant the seeds in the heart and minds of children, and then you nourish it with, the supporting things like relationships and relevance and rigor. So the heart of it was to recognize, and I have to just step one step back to say, the vision was very clear. We want to ensure that we graduate not human citizens, but humane citizens with an I can mindset. And the idea of humane and human are very different, right? I think human, we're just a species on the planet. We're not doing a very good job. But can education build us to become, work on humanity? The whole idea of, can I build humanity in the ways I understand the world? So the 5 values we took were empathy. That was the first E. Second is ethics. Can I do what is right over what is easy? The third is excellence. The whole idea of quality over quantity, because in education, quality doesn't matter. We just want to complete exercises. We want to finish stuff. The fourth is elevation. Can I really be of the collaborative spirit? And the 5th E is evolution. Can I understand and build a growth mindset? So these 5 E's were the choices we took to make us from human to humane. And then these 5 E's had to become processes that we timetable. So for instance, if I look at E, the empathy, you will see that every day starts with what we call a learning circle or a listening circle. It's an idea at the beginning of the day, 20 minutes or so, when the community comes together, either as a class, as a whole school. And that's when you start with empathy. You listen to children. You don't start by walking into a class and saying, okay, children, chapter 3, let's open, right? You start with the heart. So the idea of starting with the heart and listening was an important part of developing the idea of empathy and relationships. And then that lends itself to what we call agenda setting, which is essentially children co-creating what the day looks like. So that's the act of agency, the act of negotiating, the act of understanding what they would like to do today and how will they choose to finish and complete tasks. Then we get on to something called surplus, which is small acts of kindness that are done in the bathroom, like how do you keep bathrooms clean? Our children have to take care of the bathrooms of the school. We look at lunchtime as snack time, cleaning up the lunch and snack area and saying an act of gratitude. It could be, just taking care of your buddies in the play area. Small little actions, which essentially start building a habit of mind that my age and my gender have nothing to do with making an impact. Right? So that. And then we get into the sessions. And every session is designed around the enablers. Every session must be designed around relevance, rigor, relationships, and reflection. So the planning is shifted from let me complete the textbook to making sure that every planning session must have relevance. That means, why am I learning this? Then the how and the what is the rigor. The relationships is also about children participating and not being passive in the class. Otherwise, what happens is teachers think if everybody's quiet, I can finish my class and walk out. Here, the expectation is you will participate. I am not here to entertain you or to instruct you. Your participation in the class is deeply important. So that's the aspect of relationships. And at the end of the session, before I walk out, it's imperative that there is reflective practice. Reflection has been shown to really file in information. But most often than not, teachers leave one class to the other class, walk in and out of classrooms, and we have no time to file information. So these 4 are what we call enablers. Every session is done with. And finally, at the end of the day, we have something called closing the loop. Just making sure that we started the day with a certain premise of what the day would look like for us as learners. At the end of the day, we close to say, did we achieve it? So not only are we packing our bags and our homework assignments and going back, but we're packing things like respect, friendship, gratitude, right? So if you just take that as a single day and do nothing else, and if I repeat the single day 15 years, you'll start seeing there's this dramatic shift in student engagement, teacher attrition goes down, your learning outcomes are increased. But then when you add certain elements of a week and etc., just becomes a much more richer timetable. So I've just shared with you a single day. But even that single day had to be reimagined. And most schools are unwilling to give up that time for the heart. No, we need to have 7 subjects, one after the other, with no room to breathe and to file and to engage. And I think that was really at the heart of it. And over the years, we've seen that not only does this work, but academically, our children outperform the top 10 schools in India in math, science, and English in the same number of hours, the same number of days that we work as every other school in India. So clearly, this model is working. Children are that much more, thriving in terms of who they are. Self-worth is heightened. So it's really the act of taking the course again as an organization that is ethical for children, not that is easy. Oh, parents want more tests. Oh, parents want more homework. And then the school buckles and says, oh, we must keep parents happy. And we shift our mind and our lens to the parent rather than the children, right? And so that's really what we've been able to build. And not just for 1 year and 5 years, now for 23 years. So clearly it's a model that works.
Powerful, powerful. I like the fact that while you were ending that, you mentioned parents. You mentioned parents. Of course, putting the children. I'm curious. So, I mean, over there, right in India, what is the reaction of parents to things like this? What have you done to them? What have you done to the parents to make them like to put them in that place where they're in alignment with these things, and they are not the kind of parents that are traditional and they're looking for, hey, just get this my kids to get the best grades. And how are parents reacting to these things? What does it look like?
I have to say it's now been 23 years, right? And when I started the school, we started exactly with the same intention. We didn't know very much because I came from a design background. So I was approaching learning as a designer, not as an educator. And I thought for me, that was a great freedom. So I clearly knew that the user had to be at the heart of the design solution, not the product. So that I think was a big game changer for me to be able to be so clear in what the learning experience was, that the parental pressure did not deter us. Even as a small school, when we started, we kind of told parents, listen, there are other schools available if in case you think that you are nervous about our school, and you have the choice. I am not going to choose to do what is wrong, right? As a school, we have chosen to start Riverside on the uncomfortable questions. So we will continue to do that. If you would like to go to another school, you are free to do that. But I have to tell you, the buy-in was so beautiful because I think parents actually started seeing the visible demonstration of agency in their children. And then they started saying, I don't know how you're doing it, but I think it's cool. And I'd like to be part of it. Of course, now parents actively choose to be part of Riverside because of the program that we offer.
Powerful, powerful. So you made a statement, right? You approached learning as a designer and not as an educator. Oh my, that's so powerful. Approaching learning as a designer, and of course, when you started talking about the fact that I'm in the tech space. I work with an edtech company as the head of sales and customers experience, customer support. So when you talked about the fact that you, as a design person, you're focusing on the user, um, that perspective, right? Looking at the user first of all, like looking at the market, what's going on in the market, what are the needs, and then using that to inform everything that happens. And I totally agree that this paradigm shift is very needed globally in the education space today. Approaching learning as a designer, and please, our dear audience, you can put that on your Instagram, you can put that on your Facebook or something. Everyone needs to hear that. Approaching learning as a designer and not as because moments the approach is an educator, it changes the whole narrative. It just the outcome is going to be thwarted. Powerful. Okay, thank you for
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
go
thank you for that. Keep saying as a designer, and when you're so clear about the user experience, you get courage. It's so beautiful. You're never scared then. The courage comes from the fact that you are so clear that the user experience is being enhanced by insights, by research, by data, right? You're not falling trap on, oh, the grades, or you're not falling trap on the bottom line. You're not falling trap on the parental pressure. And that I've found that over the 23 years as a team, we keep getting courage on the fact that once we are sure that the user experience is being enhanced and it's really kind of changing the game, then nothing is going to come in the way of it's that very, very clear focus on the user experience.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, so I mean, I think this is the point where I'm going to. So I don't know if you have what's it called, some pictures you want to show us. Do you want to show us? Because so yeah. So I want us to like get into. People want to see. I mean, see some amazing things about the Riverside School. You know, for me, I can't wait. I just cannot wait. I just cannot wait.
I would encourage them, of course, go on to our website. I'm like I said, we're open doors. If anybody's coming to India, we would love to welcome you to come and have a coffee with us and to see this work in person. Because I keep saying, we're a team of very ordinary people who've got together. This is not magic. This is not, oh my God, we have to be super like competent. It's just a group of people who said there must be this very clear vision and focus, and that should drive every action that we're doing. So I would say please feel free to go through our website. It is schoolriverside.com. Of course, go through Design for Change, go through Riverside Learning Center, and feel free to reach out anytime you want to know more about what we're doing.
Powerful. Okay, so let's get into some projects. So we know that at Riverside School, I mean, your learners have taken on quite a number of amazing projects time and again. Can we just do a deep dive into like 2 or 3 projects? We just take them one by one, and I believe So so let's start with the first one. What will be the first on the list? A project that your kids have embarked on, and what it looks like.
I'm talking about this beautiful project that started with my grade 2, so 7-year-olds. They had gone to visit Gandhi Ashram, Mahatma Gandhi's ashram in Ahmedabad. I'm, by the way, from the land of Mahatma Gandhi, so that's my claim to fame. So Mahatma Gandhi. So they'd gone to visit his ashram on his birthday, and they realized when they'd gone there that there was no guide to take them around because it was such a busy time. There was nobody who was going to take them and tell the story of what his ashram was. So they came back super disappointed, saying, my God, Gandhi Ashram, there was nobody to take us around. And that prompted them. So the question we posed is, what if there was nobody? Can't we still have an experience? And that prompted them to start what they call the audio tour for Gandhi Ashram. So they learned about his life story. They figured out how much to buy for the that time it was MP3 players. I'm talking about a while ago. They did the entire script, so all your literacy skills were done through the script. Then they realized, oh my God, everybody knows English in Ahmedabad. They have to speak the local language. So they translated it into the local language. They raised funds through a kind of a running chores at home to raise funds to buy 5 MP3 players, recorded it in a proper studio, and finally gifted it to Gandhi Ashram. They went to the chairman and he said, we came, we saw that there was nobody to take us around, and we thought we would like to have an experience. It was remarkable. That audio tour became the reason why people were going to Gandhi Ashram, simply to get the children's audio tour. So that's with younger children. Then in the middle years, again, we had a city park that came and said, we've lost butterflies, and we would like to design a butterfly park in our this thing. So the kids learned what kind of flowers bring butterflies back. They went and studied with the botanist what the butterfly population is and which sort of weather is best for them. They mapped the entire area. So all their math was done, area, perimeter, and everything was done through the mapping. Then they finally did a prototype of which they planted first at the school, a couple of plants. And they actually noticed one butterfly. They said, yes, butterflies are coming back. Then they went again, raised funds to corporate funding, bought a plant that were part of the butterfly, planted it, and then invited the city to come for the inauguration for the butterfly park. Right? So this is all your math, your science, your skills, your negotiation, your quality, everything that came, rather than saying, no, that's not part of math. So that then if I'm talking about my older kids, we were invited by this organization called Wash United that does work on hygiene and diarrhea. And the data is quite stunning. So many children die of diarrhea simply because they don't know how to wash hands or do hygiene in the bathroom. So they invited our children to become designers for this project. So our children created, and especially for the government schools in India. So our children did the entire design process again, understood what the hygiene habits were, figured out the science that came behind diarrhea, uh, did some fun games that children would play. So they realized that they went and observed children in government schools and what games would they play. Use that same game to become a storytelling media. So by doing little Bollywood dances, how to wash your hands and sing a song, and then how to play, how to understand what to take into a bathroom when you go, how to all of that simple things, and it suddenly changed the game in the area. So this idea is called client project at Riverside. That means you don't have to be 18 to figure out that you have agency that is real, not just in class that are cute projects. These are real projects. As designers, they are hired by agency, industry, restaurants, municipality to come and say, we need your designers. We don't need your children. We need your designers to
Wow.
rethink our work. And that's the shifting in the mindset to think, oh, you're a child. How cute. That project is so sweet. So it's not a patronizing idea of children. It is an idea of deep respect for them. So that's one thing. But the children also learn so much about themselves that, yeah, sometimes people are not going to pick up the phone. Well, that's it. Everything's not going to be cute. Everybody doesn't think you're the best person on the planet. So you will have to suffer the fact that you'll call up and they will not say, oh my God, you're so sweet. You have to negotiate that. You have to understand what it means to navigate these ideas of, say, rejection or delay. So it's such a beautiful, simple way. All our children go through this, what we call client projects over the years. So imagine if I get a client project every single year of my time at Riverside. I'm graduating with having done 15 client projects. And that is such a
Yeah, in my
powerful
portfolio.
feedback, right? So I think that's really one of the ways that we encourage our children to become agents of change.
Wow. Uh, I'm thinking about so many things. So these three projects you just highlighted, I mean, they are powerful. It's making me think. It's causing a commotion of thoughts in my head. Yeah, uh, I like the fact that right now, like you're saying, I mean, the process, what the kids are exposed to, right? They are not deprived of of um, of what challenges looks like in the real sense. They are not deprived of what a problem looks like in the real sense. Like I always call those, they are not just doing paper problems. They are facing real problems. They are not deprived of encountering. You talked about like you call somebody not picking your call or something, and then they are getting to understand that this is the real world. This is what happens. As engaged just sitting down in the classroom. Uh, you just want to write down and just the whole experience of just sitting down and doing classwork and doing those things and all that. What you have reviewed to us here shows us that in the real sense, right? There are more weightier matters, more weightier things that these kids need to be exposed to, as against just locking them up in that room called a classroom and then depriving them of the things they need to learn to be able to thrive, to add value to their world. Oh my God. Okay, so my next question, my next question is going to be that, uh, and this is for teachers, right? Also for school leaders as well. So, I mean, you just told us your story, the journey of how you. I know there are many school leaders right now who are listening to this conversation and who will still listen to this, right? Who are thinking in their mind and they say, okay, I think this vision is worth embracing. If I have a school, I need to raise kids who can contribute towards having a better world. Right? I need to have those kind of kids in my system, and they are thinking, how am I going to make this happen? Right? In spite of the fact that I have challenges, I have, and I'm speaking at management level right now. What kind of management? What are the things management wise should I put in place, right? So that this kind of system I have it in a sustainable way that really happens, right? And then after this question, I'll come to the teachers. But for a school leader who is thinking about management and all of those things, what are the advice you give to that kind of person?
You know, I'm glad you asked me this question because of the last, say, 10 years, we have been working with schools across 9 countries now to help them see their spaces differently. So we work on the systems approach with schools. And you're absolutely right. While it's a combination of the management wanting this and the school leader being able to be provided with the support to execute this. I'll tell you a very interesting thing. School leaders, many, and I'm not talking possibly about the ones who are witnessing or observing this. Many leaders become leaders not necessarily out of competency. They become leaders out of hierarchy or longevity. Oh, somebody's been there for long, make them the leader. It is unfair to assume that they suddenly have to have the competencies to look at their places as systems. It's unfair because what they've become leaders is out of doing a teacher's job really well. That's what they've become as a leader, not necessarily looking at a leader's job very well. And then very often we don't equip them with the support to be able to see this. Suddenly we say, now we want results. We want this to happen. Yeah. So that's what we noticed. We noticed that a lot of the school leaders we were meeting, wonderful people. And I've realized one thing, good people don't always do good work. Doing good work is a whole different set of expectations, skill sets, multitasking, etc. So in supporting school leaders to do good work, we develop what we're calling the I Can platform. I have to say this was our single biggest contribution to the work we're doing, because many school leaders would come to Riverside over the years and say, my God, Kiran, we love what you're doing. But by the time I go back into my school and start sharing what I saw, I've either lost it or I go back to housekeeping details. And there's so much is lost between what I witnessed to how I'm telling somebody. And then the fatigue sets in. Then they say, no, this is too much work. So we developed an online platform that is not telling teachers, but showing them. So we codified. I have to say the last 5 years has been our greatest work, because we realized we needed to support those leaders to be brave. We wanted to tell them, no, you're wonderful. Can we help you do good work? And in that, we codified everything that we've done at Riverside in a wonderful journey of showing why something is important. It's like a recipe book. If I give you a simple example, it's like a recipe book, right? The beauty of the recipe, the ingredients are universally acknowledged. Relevance is universally required. It's not bound by geography or politics or language. That children must learn meaning is a universally acknowledged fact, right? Similarly, if you take those ingredients and you contextualize it for your context, you might replace an ingredient because it is true to you. That was the magic. So it was not people wanting to replicate Riverside. By no means that was the desire. But our responsibility in education was, can we serve the larger good? Something is happening here that is going well. We've seen the results of it. We've done it for 23 years. And it is our responsibility that it is not just for 400 children at Riverside. It must be for the larger good, right? In developing this, what we're calling the I Can platform and a set of these recipes, we've seen tremendous traction. So, of course, leaders can reference that. That's one thing. But the other thing that I keep asking leaders is, why is it that you do what you do if you're going to ever be scared? If you're scared, our children are going nowhere. Nobody's going to be on the side of our children then. Fear is its greatest deterrent. Courage is required for our children. Our children are looking up and watching us and saying, what is it that you're doing? Because I've learned children might not listen to you, but they'll always imitate you. Are they imitating our fear, our passivity, our lack of agency, or are they going to imitate our agency, our optimism, our courage? We owe it to our children if we have to be in education. So I think if one gets that courage, and then, of course, to develop skills, it's an easier thing. That's an easier part. There's so many supporting documents, like your previous speaker was speaking. YouTube is there. Riverside will be there. Yeah. That's the support you can get. But courage is a disposition you bring to the work we do. So once you get that, then you can convince management, you can get your teachers in place. But you really have to build that courage and optimism into your leadership.
Powerful. Powerful. Thank you so much for that. So now let's get on the teachers. I'll put it the learning designers. I mean, one of the things that I always say everywhere I go is that and just like you said, I mean, after I caught that light, and I just discovered that why should a teacher not be thinking like a learning designer? Like why? And so I tell teachers, I tell them, you are a learning designer. Even though sometimes some of them just be like, this thing you're talking about. So now let's face the learning designers, that's the teachers. Um, what advice would you give? On that journey towards becoming a learning designer, we talked about approaching learning as a designer and not as an educator, right? So they are going to embrace learning as a designer, right? What does it mean? A, B, C. Embracing learning as a designer
Well,
to
I
change
would
the
say,
outcomes.
yeah, I would say one shift that you have to do, not easy, but it is at the heart of being a learning designer, is you're not designing for somebody. You're always designing with the user. That
Mm,
that is
mm,
the nuance. The moment
mm,
you start saying, oh, I will design the lesson for you, I will design things for you, you have
mm.
diminished that insight. So what we do at
Okay.
Riverside, we're always inviting children into the room. We want to have a new assessment, let's get you in. We want to have a new timetable, let's get you in. Tell us how this is working. So I would say what happens with most teachers or with most people in not just in education across is, oh, but that's going to take too much time. It's so much easier for me to design and give it to you. But then you're always undoing, redoing, and having resistance. But the moment you invite the user into the process of design of the solution, you'll find a
Mm,
better buy-in and you'll actually gain time. But the
mm,
moment you do it for somebody, it's gone.
mm.
Then there's always going to be a pushback. Nobody listened to me. We didn't talk. But that's why, as a team, also, even when we as a team sit with our teachers, we're constantly working. How does this policy work? What should the policy of recruitment be? Let's do it together. What is
Mm.
that? Once we do that, and then the buy-in, not everybody might like it. That you're not doing it to please everybody. You're doing it to bring the relevance and meaning in it, and that has been a game changer. So the moment you learn to design with, even if it's a parent process, you want to get homework or you want to do better reading, the moment you invite your stakeholder into the room,
Mm.
it's a game changer.
Because number one is you want to design with
Wait,
and not to design for. Hmm. If you were going to have number two, what would that be? And then we'll just wrap it up on that.
say number two, you don't do it alone. You
Mm,
don't walk in wanting an answer. I think that I have realized is very powerful. So for me, I have no uh, uh, no problem, and I'm completely free of having to make the decision. So the moment I know it's a collaborative enterprise, I am released of the pressure to have the answer or to
mm,
know the answer. So I feel that
mm.
that has been very liberating. And I think
Mm.
I question. So the whole idea is to question the answer. And that's really at the
Yeah.
heart of design thinking. It is not to receive an answer and accept it. It is to question the answer.
Mm, yeah, I get that. I get that. I get that.
Now it's
So question the answer.
yeah. Why did you say that? What did you think
Mm,
about it? And it
mm,
is it is the surprise that you keep receiving. Oh my God, that's why it's not working. Oh my God, that's why the roadblock is coming. And then the solution is really a designed solution.
mm. Wow.
Mm.
This is a lot. I mean, this is so powerful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kiran, for letting us into the world of innovation, into the world of design and innovation at the Riverside School. Thank you for those three powerful projects you highlighted. I mean, there's no better way to be inspired. There's no better way to be inspired than to just hear how it happens practically. Within that kind of system. You talked about courage, right? That courage thing, it's a big one. And as a leader for school leaders, having the courage to say we're going to go for this, right? I know parents. We also talked about how you're able to handle the parents. I think for every school leader listening right now, right? So I mean, Kieran has done it. Riverside School has done it, right? any school can do this from anywhere. We have seen just a template, what this can look like, some of the challenges that you might expect, and now that this is actually possible. We have seen that this is practically possible. And again, like we said before, it's just time to do something about it right now. Right now. Thank you so much, Kiran. Before you go, I'm just going to ask for one last word. What will be your final word, for our audience, before you go?
I have. I mean, I think the only thing I'm learning more and more as I grow older and hopefully wiser is that you only have today. The moment you
Mm,
defer good work, it is one day less for our children. So I would
mm,
encourage you to think of always today. If today you
mm.
leave a little kinder, today you're a little bit more interesting, today you have more engagement, today you tell a child, I love you, it's a great day. So I would say, remember that. When you keep deferring and
Mm.
analyzing and over analyzing and say, next Thursday I'll be a fabulous teacher, I'll be a great parent, it's a day lost. So I would say, focus on today. And today you do best, tomorrow is taken care of. So I would say today.
Yeah, yeah, powerful, powerful. Today, focus on today. Be mindful. Do something great today. Thank you so
Today.
much for that final word. It's
Bye,
super. I don't think I
everybody.
will forget that. All right.
Now,
Thank you so much, Kiran. Thank you. You're so amazing. Thank you for your time. Yeah. Yeah. Bye for now. Wow. Wow. Ah, that was explosive. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, Kiran. Thank you for taking us on that journey. Right. This is 123. Uh, the next session is going to start by, uh, we're going to be starting the next session. Wow, wow, wow. What a journey. What a journey. Yeah. So we have one more session to go for today. And the final session for today is going to start by 2:30 West African time. That's going to be like about, say, like in the next 1 hour thereabout. So we're going to be taking another break, and then to reconnect, in the next 1 hour for the final session for today. To all of our audience, please, we would like you to share what you're learning on your social media, right? Most importantly, on LinkedIn, yeah, because we're streaming live on LinkedIn and on YouTube as well, right? So please do share with your network. I mean, we've had 3 sessions today: AI in education, STEM education in Africa, and our first school spotlight, the Riverside School. And you can see what's going on here, right? So please do share what you're learning with your audience, your network rather, on most importantly on LinkedIn, on Instagram and Facebook too. Please share, share, share. Let others hear these things and be inspired. Right? Together, that's how we create a revolution. That's how we keep inspiring others and create change. Right? Yeah. I mean, this has been an amazing journey. Right? Kiran is so this is our first time speaking at this conference. It's been an amazing journey. She has brought in that vibes of learning design. Right? Like I always say every now and then, as a teacher, see yourself as a learning designer. Right? Do not approach learning as an educator. Approach learning as a learning designer. I mean, oh, that statement is going to stay with me forever. I don't think I'm going to recover from that statement anytime soon. Uh, you know, yeah, and that's what we're here in this conference. We're here to be inspired afresh. We're here to be blown up afresh for a greater revolution. At the end, it's so that we have kids that can transform their society. It's so that education becomes a tool for socio-economic development. Education becomes a tool to improve society. Education becomes a tool to improve humanity. That's the whole idea, right? And this design thinking, as a designer, this paradigm is very key and very crucial in making this happen. I hope you have been inspired, just like myself, and I look forward to reconnecting with you again by 2:30 p.m. for the final session for today. The final session for today. So look at the journey. We moved from the United Kingdom to Botswana to India, and now we're going to the United States, right? So we're touring across 4 countries today, 4 nations today. That we're going to end the journey at the United States. That we're going to have Mary with us, Mary with our colleague. They're going to be unfolding to us, a school model that they are working on and what that looks like and what's happening there. I mean, disruption is possible everywhere. We have seen how disruption happens in the United Kingdom, called small school. We have seen how it's happening in Botswana, Africa. We have seen how it's happening in India or Asia. We have seen, now we're going to see how it's happening in the United States, America. So disruption can happen everywhere and it is happening everywhere. I look forward to seeing you again by 2:30. Bye for now. All right, people. Okay, yeah, yeah. I'm happy to be back again in the room, in the studio, and it's been an amazing day. It's been an amazing journey, and from the first session to the second session to the third session, and here we are for the final session of the day. For the final session of the day. So this session is very unique and very special. Yeah. So you know, um, Dr. Mary is someone I've known for quite some time. In fact, she was with us in the maiden edition of this conference. This is the third edition, and last year she was with us, and yeah, again she's with us this year. And I mean, my if I think about my journey as an educator, as an innovative educator, as a passionate educator, sincerely made a huge impact on my journey. I remember when I first met her then, what she was doing, those things she would say, those things really kind of like helped me to find my voice, right? And really inspired me a lot. And one thing I can tell you about the speakers we have for this conference is that, if you really want to evolve, right, just listen to them again and again, and you're really going to evolve. You really evolve. Into the last session of the day. This is going to be the greatest session today, for many reasons. One, aside from the fact that we have Dr. Mary here, is the fact that Dr. Mary is also accompanying with Ashim. So now I have so many things to say, right? But because of time, what you are going to be listening to a conversation that is going to reveal to you the process behind a very great idea. One of the questions that people ask when it comes to innovating, disrupting, is that thing of how do I start? What is the process? How do I just get on this journey? What does it look like? Right? You're going to be listening first, and Ashim is going to be taking us on a great journey. Into a school he has built. We're talking about alternative school models, but this time around, a community-based kind of school. We're going to be seeing school in another dimension, right? What has school evolved into today? Because of the kind of world we'll be seeing that practically in demonstration in this conversation, right? I am most honored to have Dr. Mary again with us, third time speaker at this conference. Yeah. Hello.
Good morning
Okay.
and good
Can you hear me?
afternoon to you. I can hear you. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Yeah. I must say that I have missed your energy. I have missed your energy. I think I haven't met someone for a long time that brings that kind of energy you bring to the room. And I'm going to feel that again today. I'm so excited. So let me just quickly bring Ashim also into the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi Ashim. Oh.
Not yet.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
mic is
Not
off.
yet.
Sorry.
We can see you, but
There we go.
yeah. It's working now. It's working now.
Good morning and good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, very well, very well. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. It means a whole lot to us. Thanks so much for your time.
My
So
pleasure.
I'm going to. So this session, Dr. Mary is in charge. I'm not in charge of this session. She is in charge. I can't do this. Yeah. So Dr. Mary, I'm just going to hand over to you, and I'm going to just take the background. Yeah.
Mr.
And then when it's time
Adebayo,
for
thank you
questions, I'm
so
going to
much
just
for
jump in.
having us.
It's our pleasure.
All right. Dr. Hashim Malik Bey. We have been friends for years and years. You knew me in my first career as a jazz singer and a music artist, and we reconnected actually because I had this wild idea that I was telling a mutual friend of ours about a school model I was thinking of. And she said, "Oh, I need to get you over to Hashim because whatever you're talking about sounds like what Hashim talks about all the time."
Yeah.
And this was a time in my life when I first started my research, and I actually didn't know what my ideas were, if they were going to work. And that first conversation and all the other conversations we've had over the past several years have been just amazing as we are looking at trying to move our African American students here in the US forward in their education, but not only in their education, but into life, as well as into prosperity, into this new digital age, this new fourth industrial revolution that is coming upon us now. Before, we were talking about it when it was like, okay, we don't know when it's coming, but we have to be prepared. But now I feel as if we can confidently say that the time is now, that we're in this fourth industrial revolution, and that we are moving forward into this new era. And how do we better prepare students, especially in high school, to move into these opportunities, these amazing opportunities that are going to happen for everyone in the world? But how do we make sure that students of color, students of African American descent within the US is moving forward and capturing the opportunities that are happening within this new era? So I want to thank Hashim for coming. And I said I want to not have it super structured, just kind of do our discussions and talk the way we usually talk on the phone, but now we're in front of people.
Right. Well, I will assume that it's just you and I, right? And so I will be frank and candid and my authentic self, because that's the only person I know how to be.
Come on.
All right.
Wonderful. My first question is just if you could just give us an overview of who you are, because this is a new audience for you as well, and also a little bit about Advanced Preparatory International, and as a founder, how you have set up and envisioned this school for our students.
Right. So tell me, before I get into that, kind of give me a little bit about who our general audience is, so I know which nomenclature I want to use and vernacular and stuff like that.
Got it. So we have educators, we have educational leaders, educational researchers on this call and conversation listening to us. And so we are excited to hear about new ways of doing things. There's always project-based learning, of course, and we know this, but we are also looking at how we always talk about the future of education and how education needs to change. Right. But we need to know the how does that change? And I know that you're somebody who's doing the how.
Yeah. So, Doc Martin, I asked that question because I want to frame the paradigm shift that I need the audience to make, right? So I asked that question not as one who came up traditionally as an educator, but one who saw a problem because I was on the employer side, right? oftentimes I have people sitting in front of me for interviews. Um, you know, many of them had degrees, advanced degrees, but they didn't have the competency for the jobs they were applying for, nor did they have the personal agency to fill the role anyway, right? And so I'll kind of give you a little bit of my background, and then we can jump right into whatever you want to talk about as it relates to that. So let's see, where do I want to start? So I go to school for civil engineering, right? So this is my formal education. And my formal education was kind of structured by a need or a quest. I wanted to be an architect to begin with, right? That was my first thing. I wanted to be an architect. So I used and leveraged football to get me into college. And then from there, started looking at, what my options were, and fell in love with building, right, so to speak. Because I had already started my family, I didn't have time to stay in school for the 6-7 years that's necessary to become an architect. I said, all right, I'm good at math and science. What's my shortest path out? I take engineering. So in that capacity, it allowed me to develop my professional career as an employer, first as a supervisor, line supervisor, site director. I shifted into finance. This would have been around the time of 2000 when we had the big digital crash, right? I shifted from engineering to finance. And so in that capacity, I had the ability to expand the work that I did, right? And so I would go from hiring 5 to 6 people to now I've got 150 direct reports, right? I've got headcount across the country and sometimes international. And I keep saying the same thing. Many of my workers of color, regardless of where they were, gender or whatever, didn't have the complete package. It didn't mean that they didn't know how to do the job, but there were pieces of their networking that were missing, right? And so I looked at it and said, well, so now I'm deciding that I think I might want to develop my professional career a little further. I'm into entrepreneurship. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've started several companies and stuff like that, bought and sold stuff. And I'm sitting back and I'm watching a football game with one of my buddies. And I'm looking and I'm saying, our kids are young at the time, 3 and 5. We're sitting back and watching them play. And I'm like, man, what am I going to do if one of my daughters comes home telling me they're in love with a guy named Kool-Aid, right? And Kool-Aid is an actual person that exists. Hopefully he's not on the stream, right? And my thing was, as a parent, I'm putting forth all of this effort, all of this sacrifice, and I don't want that to be squandered because of limited options for my daughters, right? Selfish reason to get into education. So my buddy's sitting there and he's like, look, man, the only way that we can fix this is we got to get involved. We got to get into the mud, right? So this would have been about 2005, I would say. So we start looking at education around the country. First, we started in our local market in Denver. We looked and said, okay, well, maybe we can start a charter school. Looked at charter school. We come to realize that charter schools are really public schools with private management, right?
Yes.
All right, that's not going to work. So then, because we said the problem with that is not problem, but the challenge with that is the solution is a total family solution. So then we looked at border schools, right? We said, well, if we take the kids out of the house and put them somewhere off in the country, and we have the ability to reprogram them, right? We looked at that. It wasn't cost effective to do. And so I put the idea on the shelf and I started doing international programs, right? Now, I started by taking gifted and talented students here in the States and taking them on tours overseas. And then I do the same thing overseas and bring students here because I wanted to get an idea of what the cultural nuances were as it related to students, right? And so the one thing that I did find out is outside of the African-American community, education is considered to be the cornerstone of opportunity, right? People say, look, if you have any chance to do anything and you're not tall and fast or you can sing, you've got to use education as your lever to advance your life. So people have the discipline and the habits to make successful classroom students, and now they just need the opportunities to go along with it. Not so with the African American community. I mess around and I run into Dr. Shaver unexpectedly looking for something else. And she introduces me to something that opened and shifted my paradigm for where education can go. And that was the concept of private school. So here in Texas, they have really, really high standards in terms of what children have to do to get out of school, right? So what was happening was a lot of kids, they have the seat time, they have the credits, but they can't pass the STAR exam. And if you can't pass the STAR exam, you can't graduate, right?
That's
So
it.
she was having a conversation, and I'm thinking about this, and I said, well, why don't you have to take the STAR exam? And she says, our students don't have to. Private schools don't have to do that. So now I said, wait a minute here, slow down. So I sit down, I read all of the stuff for the higher education for Texas, and I look and I said, wait a minute here. You have more control over your curriculum in private school, right?
Yes.
That's how we get started. I'm going to stop there so you can ask more questions and I'll come back to that. But that was how I got to where we are in terms of how we're approaching education.
Yeah, and so when I was looking at the types of schools here in the US, we're looking at public schools that's funded by the government.
Right.
And through the Bush administration, they centered all of the funding of a school via their testing and how well each student's testing. And so therefore there's these very strict accountability measures where the test is king, and if they're not passing these tests. And so a lot of times the curriculum and the teaching is geared towards the passing of tests and not learning. And as we're looking at our testing culture now, that the testing industry is a full industry that lobbies our government, etc. And what we're seeing now is we're seeing that due to funding, the curriculum is very difficult to change because of all of these testing measures that these students need to pass, as well as all these heavy regulated rules, which is what's stopping a lot of principals, a lot of public education from changing. And I'm wondering, I think from what I hear across several nations that are still in a testing culture, this is the issue of changing the curriculum over to a more project-based inquiry, learning-centric type of environment. And so when we're taking a look, when I first came to you and discussed this, I was looking at a charter school model, which is kind of an offshoot of public schools here in America. And this charter school system is something where you can still get money from the government, and it's still kind of easy money in your hands. But this is what a lot of entrepreneurs and such kind of go towards, but they are still held to the same accountability standards. So if those kids don't pass the tests, no matter how innovative your school idea is,
it's out of there.
You're not going to get funded. You're out of there.
Right.
And so when I discussed funding with you, you said we need to take the government out of this equation in order for us to create the type of learning situations and environments for our students in order to move forward in their paths, their learning and educational journey. Now we can start personalizing, we can start saying, hey, what do you want to do with your life? And now our school can help you get there. So go ahead and tell us about the model in your high school that is helping students get prepared for life.
Yeah. So, you touched on a couple of key points. I want to get those, and then I'll come into
absolutely.
So for us, we stripped down everything in the school and said, Black kids and students are not tan white kids, meaning we don't have the same needs when it comes to education because we don't have the same reality in the workplace, right? For American born, and I'm making a general statement, I'm not generalizing, I'm just making a general statement here. for many African American families, we look at education as an expense and not an investment, right? And so when we look at how we're going to finance education, the first thing, public school is the first option because it doesn't cost us anything out of pocket, right? The money is financed, from the government and state and local municipalities and stuff like that, whether, through some tax-based thing. But by having that money, that limits what you can do, right? Now, when we talk about testing, the other part of this testing piece is if we know the number one thing that a kid can get kicked out of school for, and this is kind of what made VP Harris infamous in California, is she had a truancy program that she was enforcing. If your kids weren't in school, I think the first offense was $500, the second offense was $1,000, and after that, it was taking the parents to jail. The reason for that is they want the kids in school for safety reasons, and all this kind of stuff. But really, what comes down to seat time. If you want your school money to dry up, if you don't have your kids in school, whatever the percentage is of time, you're going to lose money based on that, right? The testing piece of it is the second component because that's how they measure any kind of growth. Students that I'm trying to think of a ginger way to say this. A lot of children are classified as special ed because the schools don't want to have their numbers impacted, right? So you'll have a kid that they'll call it a learning disability, right? But this might just be a kid that's a different type of learner, right? He might be a kinesthetic learner versus an abstract or linear learner. And what ends up happening is we start categorizing and warehousing kids in special ed because when they're in special ed, none of that counts against your budget. They don't have to advance academically, right?
True.
So we look at these two things. And so what I looked at in our business model is our school was tailored for not the top students and not the poor students or the what we would call bad students. It was those kids in the middle, right? Average kids that don't have noticeable talent, whether it be singing, sports, or whatever the case might be. But the kids that if nobody intervenes, they're just going to be left alone. They'll be standing in the hallways of life, right? And so we looked at education and said, what are the things that you need to know how to do when you graduate to be eligible and competitive in the marketplace, right? The test doesn't have anything to do with that, right? We have, now with the advent of AI, if a child has a smartphone, all of the information that they can find in the world is right in here, right? So why are we teaching these kids to memorize stuff? It's a waste of time, right? We have kids that don't know how to advocate for themselves, whether it's salary negotiation, whether it's opportunities in the world, but they have memorized all of this information that's available right here. So we said that the educational environment is irrelevant to our kids. And the main reason why it's irrelevant to our kids is because when we send our high performing kids to college, number one, we're usually financing the education through student loans and other debt instruments. Right. So when I look at, how is it possible that American Black women are the most educated, but then they're the least compensated and they carry the most student loan debt? That's a problem. There's no generational wealth to develop when you have debt instruments as a way you finance education. Now, the second part of that is culturally, and I'm generally speaking here, too many African Americans are allowing their kids to go to school to study what they want. Right. When you see our immigrant communities come here, regardless of where they come from, they don't send their kids to school to become art majors. You do that on your own. And the reason for that is the cost of living is too expensive. And if there's no way to create a prevailing wage that allows you to have any discretionary income, it's going to be next to impossible to develop wealth, right? So we stripped down, threw all that stuff out of here and said, listen, if you earn 8 credits a day or 8 credits a year, and the state standard is 24 credits, you only need 3 years of school, right? And the next thing we did is we said, I don't need you here for 4 years. I need you here for 3 years. But what are you going to be doing in those 3 years? I need everybody coming in as enrichment students at 7th and 8th grade. They're getting high school courses on the weekends at night, whenever their parents can get them to us. So when they get to high school, they have high school credits. I am working on their maturity. I am working on their confidence. And then I'm giving them the information so that they can stand on their own too. Many people say that Henry Ford was an imbecile, right? But he built the modern factory which built the modern school system, right? Henry Ford said,
Yes.
I need reliable workers, right? And I need obedient citizens, which make good consumers. Our community for too long has allowed other communities to tell us what education is supposed to look like, which is why the gap, if you measure the wealth gap in time, it's 225 years and getting longer. So in order for us to catch up with where our white contemporaries, now Asian contemporaries are now, it'll take us 225 years to get there. Why? Because we are on the outsides and the fringes of the economy. We took all of that stuff and packed it into what education needs to look like. So you're not going to get anything at our school that you don't need, right? You do the elective, do that stuff on the weekend. We don't have time for that. And the reason why we don't have time for that, too many of our students, from the time they graduate, they need to be breadwinners, right? Mom and them need some money on them bills. So I don't have time for them to be in, and here in the South, they're using the federal minimum wage as a standard to enter into the job. So I got kids that if I don't train them, they're making $7.25 an hour, right? Part of what we do is we look at what does money look like. I break down your work life in a 40-year span with 10-year intervals. So I say from 15 to 25 is your first work life. So you're coming in as an intern, regardless if you get paid. By the time you're 25, you should have your first real job that pays you a prevailing wage, right? By the time you're 35, you should be on your asset acquisition journey. By the time you're 55, you should be now finishing up with your kids and getting ready to transition to where you're giving back. So by the time you retire at 65, you have bought and paid for your biggest ticket items. You have developed a life that leads towards legacy, and now you're paying it forward, right? So we looked at all that stuff and said, okay, now how do we go forward? Does that make sense how I'm explaining it?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So how did you set up the actual school? First of all, we know it's a private school.
Yeah.
We know that you've gotten rid of the fluff and we're focusing and concentrating on how do we get you to your career, your life, your job opportunity.
Yep.
Tell me some of the curriculum or some of the ideas that you do when you're looking at a child, when they come into your door. How did you set up your system, and how does a child, when they come through your door, what are they going to experience within your school?
Are they going to work? When you come in my school, you are at work and you conduct yourself accordingly, right? So the first thing we did is we got out of the school system, right? Because that's for lack of a better term, I'll just say we removed the traditional setting for school and we put our school inside of an office building, right? We designed it to look like an office. We have, tables and all that kind of stuff. But here's the thing. I don't know of anybody that works anywhere where they work by themselves independently all day, all the time.
True.
Right?
True.
We are all teammates. We collaborate with people all the time. You either are working as peers, you've got a downline, or you've got superiors that you work with. But it is a collaborative effort in some capacity. I don't understand why we want to teach kids to be individual contributors and then compete with each other instead of collaborate. So we took all that stuff away and said, listen, we all win or we all fail. And I'm a winner. And I'm telling you now, winning is hard. So if you understand that on day one, we got something we can work with, right? So first thing is we change the look and the feel, right? It's not, we don't do lunch. We have the kids are off on Monday and they're off on Friday. And the time block that we have is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We go 9 to 1 and I graduate everybody early still. That's how much time we waste in the traditional setting, right?
True.
So
because you're trying to institutionalize kids and socialize them and not teach them. Yes.
Yeah, because the thing is, if we're being honest, here in the States, the American school day is based on the work schedule, right? Mom and dad need to be somewhere while they're at work. And you got to build in the drive time to and from school. That's really what it's about, right? when we are honest about what they need about 12 to 13 hours a week of hitting it. And when you hit it, you can get done. Because they work in a project-based environment, right? We don't even use the term project-based environment. We call it team collaboration, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to go and job. My employer is not going to leave me alone to come up with the answers to all my stuff. Because what you do is you miss the synergy of collaboration. The mathematics says 1 + 1 is at least 3, right? So when you and I come together, the aggregate or the sum total of our collaboration is going to be more than what we can do individually, right? Because I'm going to inspire you to something, you're going to inspire me to something, and the sum is better. So when it comes to the students, now I take it and I break it down into clusters, 5 on a team, right? We got 5 on the team. We have a rotating, who's the project manager? Project manager is the person that's responsible and held accountable to make sure that the team gets the results. That's how it works at work, right or wrong.
That's it. Right.
So they understand that nomenclature from day one, right? We don't get into the grading system. You either pass or we all fail, right? Now,
that's it.
We call it the red tail concept, right? And I don't know if I don't know the backgrounds of the folks on the call, but the red tails come from our World War II fighters, right? At Tuskegee. They are the only military mission in the history of this country to not have any casualties. They lost no equipment, they lost no fighters. They won every single fight because they didn't have a choice. Mm-hmm. Our kids don't really have a choice like that. So we have to move as if our life depends on it. So that's what the expectations are. I take students from traditional high schools that have red folders. You guys know what red folders are?
Yeah, explain that.
Is special ed, right?
Yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm.
Kids that come from schools that have been in special ed from the time they were in kindergarten. I got them in college by year 2, right? I got kids right now that are in 4-year traditional research universities earning master's degrees that were special ed when they came. Because I told them, I said, I don't know where no special ed gasoline and groceries are, right?
Right.
When you get out of school, nobody cares about none of that. They don't care about your grades. They don't care about what school you went to. Gas is $3.29 in the South, maybe $4.29 in the West, period, right? So we have to educate them for the contradictions that exist outside of their front or beyond their front doors. So I'm not doing none of that. I strip all that stuff out of there and say, everybody does the same work. I bring parents or I have parents that bring their students that may be 12, 13 years old. So they're not traditional high school students, right? If they have lofty dreams, I'm like, bring them in. Everybody gets the same work. We do all college work. Get dual credit on day 1. So by the time you graduate, I graduated a student who's now getting ready to go to law school at the University of Texas, right? He was a homeschooled, his mother is a lawyer, homeschooled, knucklehead, white kid, blonde hair, smoke weed, all that kind of stuff, right? I got him in. I said, listen, man, are you gonna let these Negroes beat you at education? a little set off because I'm direct about it, right? And I said, listen, man, your mom is a great person and you are embarrassing her family name. So what I want you to do is I want you to pick somebody that you want to beat in this class and let's see what you can do, right? Yeah. By the time that young man graduated, he had 90 credits in college. You know how much money I saved his mother? It's $28,000 a year just for tuition at the University of Texas. And he's done already, right? We do this for everybody. Everybody don't have to go to college, but you got to work because you got to eat. And since you got to work to eat, you got to make enough money to do both, right? Mom and them either need you to put some money on those bills or need you to get out the house. So the minimum deal is this. If your career is less than $43,000 a year here in Texas, you can't do it. I got young ladies come in, they want to be nail techs and all this kind of jazz. We work through the numbers. If the number is less than 43, you can't do that. They're not letting you do that. And I called the parents. I said, look, kid is delusional. Which one of you is delusional, you or him, or both of you? Because we got to keep this straight. We are not going to keep duplicating poverty, right? Because poverty starts here and it shows up and it's measured in money, but it starts up here. If you got weak ideas, right? If you don't allow your imagination to expand your possibilities, then there are none for you, right? AI is gonna reduce the workforce by 25% globally. That means a lot of people of color are never going to get in the workplace. which is why we push entrepreneurship on the other side, right? But I know I gave you a long answer to a short question.
No, I'm gonna go along with the entrepreneurship, because it's like, what exactly now? I know that you've set them up in an office space. I know that they are pretty much practicing practical, work situations, simulated work situations.
Right.
I know you did not mention this, but I'll mention this. They work a cafe in the afternoon, right? And these are and you also limit the number of students. How many students?
So in any one of our campuses, right? Because now we haven't talked about this, but we're expanding now, right? So moving across the country. No more than 100 students. On site, no more than 40 kids, right?
Right.
We have students that, based on travel, Dallas is a really, really, spread out metroplex, and it's not conducive for everybody to be on campus. So, and we have something that we call second semester seniors. These are the seniors that have met the requirements. They're on their trajectory. They just couldn't pass the STAR. So they're only with us for 4 months, right? So 100 students is max. Ideally, 60 students is all you need. No more than 4 instructors, right? And 1 person to run everybody. That's it. Now, in addition to the cafe, we have an urban garden, and we're in the process of making it a commercial garden, right? So we got urban ag, USDA just gave us a farm number. And so I'm in the process of building out a state-of-the-art greenhouse on the facility, and we'll do a digital twin. So, also we're switching the learning environment into gamification, right? So now in augmented reality, right, they had an Oculus situation, they'll have gaming computers and the whole bit. So now that we can, in the way we do that, we want to introduce them to the concept of code and computer science, right, inside of the areas where they want to work, because in most of these professions, technology is going to be a disruptor. So we don't want them to be late on that piece of it, if that makes sense.
True. And so when a child comes to you, I remember you saying within the first 10 days, and I think you touched on this a little earlier, within the first 10 days, they have to pitch you a business idea.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So day one, we talk about, or week one, we talk about business models, right? So we teach them what all of the different components of business models are. We'll take a couple of case studies from businesses that are out there, or we'll allow them, pick your favorite shoe company, this and that, and then we'll teach you what that is. After that, the next thing is, I want you to tell me what it is that you want to do when you graduate. You got to give me 3 ideas, and then we take those ideas and we make you build a business model canvas, and then you got to do a pitch, right? And the way we do it is we do it backwards. You do the pitch first. So I line everybody up, I go on the whiteboard, and I'll tell them, okay, tell me what you want to do. If you don't know, I put you over to the side. Everyone else that knows, they write it down. Then the next class period, you do your pitch. I make you do the pitch first, and then I teach you how to do it afterwards, right? It comes from a thing my dad taught me a long time ago. He said, son, you can't learn how to swim at a seminar. You got to get in the pool. And for our students, there's no way that you are going to learn how to be an individual contributor at a larger scale if you don't get out there and do it, because there's enough of the lizard brain up here and the naysayers around you to tell you never to take your first swing. So we get you out of that. We want you to be comfortable being uncomfortable. So the students know that. So now everybody's on their toes, right? Because I just start calling them up. All right, come up here. I need a 3-minute pitch, and you got to talk for 3 minutes straight, right? And I don't even give you what the parameters are or the criteria. So we start with the test and go back with the education. It's a beautiful symbiotic thing. Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. I'm gonna kind of wrap it up just a little bit, but not all the way, because I was wondering, I'm just checking on time with Mr. Adebayo, because I know that there might be some follow-up questions, or anyone from the audience who might have some questions for you about your model. Right. I think you've done such a great job in kind of describing how you have broken away from the traditional school system. And this is kind of what I talk about in my research, as you know. I talk about how, as educational leaders, we need to turn away from the traditional school model and focus on the curriculum and the design and the model of actually teaching our students, right? And that means that our test scores will probably, your test scores are probably not going to be the best. And when I talk to superintendents who are doing these, not this exact model, but when they're thinking of how to change the curriculum and design in order to better prepare our students for the futures, they actually discuss how their test scores have to dip in order to make these particular changes to the curriculum.
Yeah.
And so with you being totally outside of the curriculum, and I mean, not curriculum, but totally outside of the system, you are able to now reimagine the curriculum that is offered to students, whether that is dual enrollment, so that they are enrolled in college and they're enrolled at your school at the same time in order to have those particular credits satisfied, but also have college credits and college readiness together.
Yep.
But I would also like to talk about some of your success stories too, as we're taking more questions. If there's more questions, just go ahead and type them in the chat. Yeah,
I was
go
going to say,
ahead.
I want to be here all day if we want to talk about success stories.
All day.
Right?
I know,
So,
right?
I'll pick up when the time comes. I've got one that I'm going to share, and for specific reasons. But when we looked at what the model needs to look like for education, we had to step completely out of it and start from scratch. But we started with where they're going versus how to travel. Because see, school is designed to move you from A to B. It's not the finish line, right? The graduation is just when the teacher is released of responsibility, right?
Yes.
If I guide you to graduation and you're not able to leverage that graduation to start to build your economic life, what am I doing this for? Right? So the design of the school and the curriculum doesn't matter, because here's the thing, I don't care anything about the tests, right? Unless you are going into the hard sciences that are attached to licenses. So that's your accounting, your law, and medicine, right? Those particular career paths require a certain type of genius. Well, it's not just a certification, it's the type of genius and thinking and the way you problem solve that you have to stay on that pathway. That trajectory is, I don't have an issue. But the thing that I am most concerned with is getting you trained without robbing your pockets, right?
There we go.
You can take one English class, it's English 1301. It gives you 2 years of high school English and 1 year of college for one time a seat, right? A freshman can come in and take 1301 and they've met 2 years of English requirements and 1 year of college requirement. Take 1302, you're done with English, right? You gotta remember, our curriculum, the standard American curriculum, is designed for people to have a 5th grade education, right? So after 5th grade, you're not really learning anything new, right? How many high school grads still think George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, right? That just tells you that this is nursery rhyme type stuff. So I need you to be ready to go to work, right? Or ready. And if you go to work as an intrapreneur with entrepreneurial skills, because that's how you create value in the marketplace, right? What you can do, because here's the thing, and I wanted to say this in closing. The issue that our community has with public education is this: too many of us have the same skills. And when too many people have the same skills, you now commoditized their value so you can pay them less and you can get rid of them faster. I teach our kids to have scarce talents. I'm going to focus in on the areas. What are your superpowers? Everybody has a superpowers. What are your superpowers? Now let me amplify your superpowers. You leverage your weaknesses with your coworkers, right? I'm not trying to make everybody the same. It's not a jack of all trades. I'm creating the Avengers, the Justice League. Everybody has a superpower. And when we find it, we amplify that joker. We highlight it. We illuminate it.
We synergize.
Yeah, man. You let them go, right? I don't have to do any of that stuff because the kids are lit. Right. So if you want to get into any case studies, we can. I've got a student that I'm thinking of right now. Want me to get into it?
Well,
How
hold
we
on,
doing?
hold on. Mr.
Yeah.
Adebayo, how are we doing on time? Are you there? I don't see you. And I don't see any questions from the stream. That's why I want to make sure that we're okay.
Yeah, I see.
All right, let's go ahead and do you see any questions? I don't see any questions.
I don't see any questions. Like I think I haven't seen anything update on my end.
Yeah. So let's go ahead. Let's do a case study.
Okay, so I have a young lady. She came to our school as what we would call a freshman, 14 years old. She comes to the school, complete introvert, right? I don't even know the sound of her voice. She does all her work and she participates. And when you ask her a question, she gives you the direct answer in the shortest sentences possible. That's it, right? She's got a big brother that's at the school too, who is the exact opposite. He's a complete extrovert. I can't get him shut up. You know, he's bouncing around everywhere. Somewhere else, he was probably on some type of medication, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So the mother is an entrepreneur, but she's kind of like a hustler, right? She's got a bunch of kids. So she's doing all kinds of stuff to make sure her bills are paid, right? So she's got one business that she does that makes pretty good money. Well, in order for her to run that business, it's a nighttime, like she does something with storages, like she buys storage stuff and sells, the goods. And so she would have this young lady babysitting the little kids at night. So, or excuse me, yeah, it was at night. So she would come to class, she'd be sleepy all the time, right? I'm sitting the mom drops her off at school one morning, got this big old Suburban. It's 7:30 in the morning, 8:30 in the morning, windows down, smells like marijuana, and she got kids that are in car seats, right? So it's 4 kids, 2 little ones, and then the 2 teenagers. So the big brother is graduating, and mom is thinking about taking her out of school because she needs somebody to watch the kids while she's running the business. So I sit down with my staff and I say, you know what? Miss Young is really sharp. We need to get her out of here and get her off to school, right? So I have a conversation with the young lady's dad. He's a truck driver. Mom and dad aren't married. He's a truck driver. I said, listen, man, I'm thinking about your daughter is ready. Now she's 16, right? I'm like, she's ready to get out of school. So we are going to graduate her in this next graduation, right? So mom is one that don't believe in education at all, right? But the state said your kids can't sit at home, and she don't want to homeschool them because she's busy. So she's like, I don't believe in no education. It's just a waste of time. She's a, real poor view of education, right? We graduate this young lady. She gets a full ride scholarship to the University of Dallas, right? She goes to the University of Dallas, and because she doesn't talk, nobody thinks she knows anything, right? We're now 2 years since she graduated. Her going to school and getting out of her mama's house inspired her brother to go to school. Her mom is now enrolled in school. Wow. Her mom's boyfriend and her daddy is one girl, right? And when I tell you she's an introvert, she sat in the class. I didn't really know what her voice sounded like. I know that all her work was turned in, but she never spoke, right? She wants to be a music producer. She got, like I said, she got a full ride scholarship. Now Dallas, University of Dallas is like $70,000 with room and board a year. Full ride scholarship. She did all the stuff on her own. I mean, we wrote her letters of recommendation and stuff. Oh, and it also helps that we have a U.S. senator who does letters of recommendation for the state senator does letters for all of our students, right? So we have some resources by being in an office building that we take care of. But this is one of the stories that's most touching to my heart because I really wanted to put her mama in timeout. Now her mama is getting herself ready for graduation, right? So it's a pretty dope story.
I'm loving it because that was one of the things as I was talking to different people about, some of my ideas and some of the ideas that I was looking at, and you actually had the real deal happening in real time. One of the questions that kept coming up was, okay, you have all of these great ideas and this and that, Marie, but how does a kid graduate from your school? And if they want to go to Harvard,
Right.
how do they get to Harvard, which was like one of the top, universities in this world? And when I spoke to you, you totally wrapped my head around how that happens.
I mean, it's, first of all, Harvard would say it itself. Harvard is the most famous school. It isn't the best school, right? Otherwise, all of the brainiacs and the best, all the Nobel Prize winners would come from Harvard, right? Harvard is a training institution for certain types of businesses, which all colleges are, right? Wall Street and, people that want to develop CEOs, right, and executive leaders, they sit down with Harvard and said, these are the qualities that we want in our leadership, and Harvard puts that into the curriculum, right? Harvard wasn't even accredited until like in this decade, in the last 2 decades. It was Harvard College, right? Think about that.
Right.
They don't need accreditation because the proof is in the pudding, right? Their motto, their underground motto is, we train the leaders of the world.
That's
right?
Yeah.
I look at this stuff and I say, if you getting up at Harvard and you still can't get a job, what was the point, right? Harvard comes, the top schools come to us all the time because we have different types of students, right? I look we have a wall when you first walk in that has a map of the United States and all the schools that our kids are at. I mean, you think about this, we have a professional boxer. We have now probably only 2 of our students are still playing in the NBA or overseas pro. So we have, elite athletes. We got some stuff going on, and we don't spend a bunch of money. So when you come to our facility, it isn't all super fancy and all decked out. It's super basic, because I don't need you to get caught up in that. I need you to figure out how to tap in here and tap in here, so you can put that stuff together and blast off in the space. That's where we are. Make sense? That's it. I don't have nothing else to add.
That makes sense. Yes. So we have like maybe about 10 minutes left, and I feel like you've just laid like a really clear base. One of the things that you talked about is because of the dual enrollment that you offer, where they're already, graduating out of your model, your high school, with an AA degree, instead of, and this is kind of where I needed to switch my mind. And I think a lot of parents also need to kind of switch and turn their minds around as well, is, taking that AP class in high school, which is those advanced classes that kids have to take in order to get into colleges. They just teach you how to take the test that you may or may not pass. Where when you are dually enrolled within a college and you're leaving high school with that AA degree, which is an associate's or beginning degree, a 2-year degree, you're not going in and applying to these colleges as a high school senior. You are applying to these colleges as a transfer student, which has greater odds of acceptance. Tell us about that, though.
So we looked at it like this. We sat down with the local community college, because here's what I did. When I started doing my PhD research, I went across the country and I looked at, I took any city that had at least 75,000 African Americans as residents. And I looked and I said, every city across the country, left coast, right coast, the south, north, our performance in the economy was the same, right? We're at the top of all the bad lists, at the bottom of all the good lists. So I said, well, dang, okay, well, how do we do it? If education is the most, formal education is the thing that we most have in common. I said, so the problem or the solution is there, right? So I said, okay, why don't we do this? Because I do, in my private business, I do mortgage loans, I get to see everybody's credit. I look at everybody's finances. I've been doing it over 20 years, so I know how much money people make by profession across the entire country. And I'm looking and I'm saying, too many African American home buyers or workers in general work in like 5 or 6 different industries, right? Other people, other communities, I still see jobs I never heard of in my life. And I've been doing this now almost 25 years. So I'm like, we are oversaturated in certain segments of the economy, right? We are overrepresented. And then there are other areas we have no representation at all. Silicon Valley is not discriminating against Black people. We are not participating. If you don't have, you can't be discriminated. You know what I'm saying? So the numbers are like that. We don't participate. Now, I looked at how much student loan debt we carry. It caused me to go to the local community college and set up an MOU that says, I want to have dual credit at no cost, because that is a benefit that's been paid for by a Senate bill, right? So not only are they getting, so I want you to pay your tuition to me because I want you to understand education is an investment, and an investment has to have, you got to have some skin in the game, right?
Yeah.
Now, for that tuition, you're getting the value of college, you're getting the value of the internship and the externship, and you get an accelerated high school education. So you're ready. My kids at 18 already are making money. By 20, should be done with school. By 22, they're ready to roll, right?
Yes.
Now, if I have you 4 years, I've had you too long. So when we look at the college piece of it, I want you to not have any student loan debt, and I don't want you going crazy writing essays and all that kind of nonsense. So if I get you in there with a high grade, because you can't have anything less than a 3.5. We have a problem. Like, I'm calling everybody, grandma, everybody is coming to school because I need to know why your student is not paying attention to what I'm doing, right? I charge $175 an hour for private consultation, and I teach for free. So if you're not going to come and get my education for free, I'm sending somebody a bill for every single hour that I teach and you're not learning. And I'm serious about it, right? And I'm serious about it, right? So that type of buy-in, right? We're crazy, and we got, you know, we got all male teachers. We have a dojo in there, so when the testosterone gets out of balance, we go to the dojo and we work it out on the mat, right? So that way we don't have no issues on campus. You know, we do a few things that are radical, right? But to your point, we do all of that stuff so that our students are going to college as transfer students with high grade point averages, as opposed to first-time freshmen.
That's it.
Now, we can do that with every school. Stanford doesn't allow transfers. It's like 4 or 5 schools that don't allow transfers, right? So in those cases, you know, they got to come in as incoming freshmen, right? So, I know I gave you another long answer to a short question.
No. I think that's important to know, because it's not just that simple, but also it is something that, and even me with a daughter, she's in 4th grade now. I've had to change my mindset around, you know what? I might not put her in those AP classes. I struggled in AP classes, and it did help me. Yeah, it's a lot of stress, and it's a lot of homework, and you're spending hours and hours. And what was it all for? I did not get any type of I didn't pass any of my AP tests. I still had to spend the same amount of money, and it did look good on my high school transcript because they considered my grades in those advanced classes as saying, hey, she can probably do fine here, even though she doesn't have the highest GPA. But the thing is, what's amazing is that you can keep a high level GPA in regular classes and go to college. When I got into college, I noticed how easy the classes are compared to my AP classes. And I actually learned.
So we looked at what actually happens in college, right?
Yes.
When you are on the enrollment side, if all that you've ever focused on was grade point average and test scores, do you know how many kids get a perfect SAT and have 5.0 grade point averages? It's so many. The top is full. The university.
There's so many. Oh, I didn't even know that.
A ton of those. Right. The problem is that's not a determinant of what's a good fit for the university. Right. The university wants to have alumni that they can brag and boast about. Right.
Right.
My students don't come in there. They have good grade point averages and they know how to do the work. But they come in with a well-rounded body, because I send everybody with a portfolio. right?
Yes.
You have a resume of what you did as a student, and you have a portfolio which has examples of the type of things you did. Working in the garden, working in the cafe. You have a letter from a state senator. I've had you volunteer, right? We do CPR. We do all of that kind of stuff. So when somebody looks at it, guess what? It stands out.
Yeah. Yeah.
If the only thing you're measuring is tests and grades, you're not unique.
That's
right?
it.
You just at the top of you in front. I raise real leaders, right?
Yes.
Because the people that get good grades and do well on the test are not always the best leaders because they don't have any experience doing anything, right?
That's it.
I'm like, you got to walk the talk. You got to go outside and put your hands in the dirt and mix it up, right? There's no way that you're going to come out of school and all you got is some papers and some grades.
That's it.
I don't even want to give you no grades. I'm like, if you don't understand why you're here, and I tell the students, what is the purpose of education? And if you ask my students, they're going to say, to find the opportunities where I can make the most money in the least amount of time. That is the purpose of education, right?
Sure.
Everybody should be a curious, lifelong learner, but you're going to school so you can make some money. I'm not sending you to school so you can be on the bottom end. I want you to think in your greediest self possible, right? Get all the money. It ain't the purpose and it's not the goal, but it's the fuel, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have more fuel in your vehicle, you can go further, right?
True.
When you're running out of gas, guess what you have to do? You can only travel so far, and then you got to start cutting stuff off. If you less than a quarter tank and you know the gas station is 30 miles away and you got 15 miles,
Turn off that air conditioning.
Turn the air off, you turn the music off, you start praying, right? You put the car in neutral, you do all that kind of stuff, right? That's what happens with people when they don't have enough money.
Right.
So I want them if you're gonna go to school, I want you to go to school so you can make the most money there is. So that's why I don't let you study just anything. We are looking at, I've worked with the Texas Workforce Commission. In fact, I got a meeting with them today, right? I'm like, I need certifications for my kids. Everybody needs to make $50,000 because I don't want nobody else renting nothing. Right?
Yeah. True. Yep.
I know I know we had time.
We're at time. But we can do this all day, right? I think you said we can do this all day.
Yeah, man.
It's always. I feel like this is just a nice, beautiful sliver, and a great foundation for other leaders,
right.
and other educators to think about as they are forging forward in this 2030. We're thinking 2030, and Hashim, me, we at 2050, right? And so just a very quick and brief. What's the future? What's the future of your model? I know you said you're expanding.
Yeah, so we're expanding into other states, right? So the first thing we looked at are the states that already have voucher programs in place. That's where we have to expand, because that's money that's wasting, right? States that have already said that parents can now take their tax dollars and put it in a private school. That's where we want to go. We're going there first. The model, we're celebrating our 10th year coming in 2025. March 23rd is our 10th year in operation. So we're going to do it big and do it bang. So we want to expand our footprint to 50 campuses across the country. And the reason why we want to expand to 50 campuses is we need to create our own network of opportunities and talent, right? Different things are available in different regions, but if we're operating in our own silos and islands with a disconnected model, we can't really achieve economies of scale. So we got that happening, and now we're bringing in more non-traditional schools. So I've got salons that are coming in, barber schools that are coming in. I've got a nursing program that's coming in. So we're bringing more stuff under our umbrella to make sure that we got all the opportunities wrapped up. So the long-term goal is to create a workforce of talent so that our school operates more like a talent agency and a placement agency than just your traditional school, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense because we're talking about opportunities and creating opportunities for learners and for students. Yeah. And I think this right here is a good place to stop, because it's all about how can we start moving towards these ideas and moving towards and having a practical way of how it has been done. And that's why when I saw that we are concentrating on the school models and how are we looking at school models, I immediately thought of you. It was like, I gotta have Hashem here. So thank you so much, Dr. Hashem Malik Bey. Thank you so much for coming and sharing some time with me this morning.
Absolutely. When you need me, just reach out. I'm here.
Absolutely.
All right. Oh, my dog is here now too. Right. All right. Can I disconnect? And how do I disconnect? I don't know how to, oh, I see it up here. All right. Deuces. I'm out, everybody.
All righty. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Adebayo, I will stay on if any follow-up questions or anything like that. But I think that's a great base for us to continue conversations going forward. And, you know, there are different types of models, different friends I have out there that are doing different types of models, but it all starts with the moral purpose, right? And then it moves into how can we create something that is brand new and really here in America, which I'm sure it's probably the same overseas, is how to create that funding and how to have an idea of what funding is needed and what for, right? But having a strong, solid plan, moral purpose, what is the point of your school? And we didn't even get into college types of relationships that Dr. Bey has set up for his school, but it's a lot of relationship building as well as having a good, strong foundation in curriculum and really understanding the students and where they need to go and making it project-based for them. So that's it. Are you there? Maybe I'm not there. If you're talking, Mr. Adebayo, I cannot hear you.
Hi, Maureen. This is Mary Kamali for Prudential. We have a call to.
Oops. Oh, got it. All righty. It looks like Mr. Adebayo is having a hard time just connecting. So this is the end of my fireside chat. Hopefully you have learned something, and feel free to follow